Good morning, good morning, good morning. The time for convening has arrived. The Senate will come to order. At this time, I'll ask all unauthorized personnel to exit the chamber. I recognize the senator from the 28th. Speak to the journal.
Good morning, Mr. President and members of this august body. Happy Thursday, which is our new Friday. Got a great lineup of pages today. Got two hailing out of Fayetteville, Georgia. We have Julia Gaywell and Jimmy Larson. Out of Darien, Georgia, we have Ernest McIntosh. Out of Townsend, Georgia, we have Patrick Popple. And out of Duluth, Georgia, we had Siddharth Borla. Y'all give our pages a big round of applause. Y'all can do better than that. Mr. President, on this day in 1788, the first U.S. steamboat patent was issued, in case you were wondering, and it was by this great state to Briggs and Longstreet. And today is National Signing Day, National Freedom Day, Car Insurance Day, Candy Making Day, and National Girls and Women in Sports Day. But more importantly, the journal has been read and found to be correct.
All right. Thank you, Senator, and thank you, Pages, for being here today. Always a pleasure to have you, guys and girls. Really appreciate that. Is there objection to dispensing of the reading of the journal? Chair hears none, and the reading of the journal is dispensed with. Is there objection to the confirmation of the journal? Chair hears none, the journal is confirmed. All senators who have bills and resolutions to introduce, please bring them to the Secretary's desk at this time. First reading references to Senate bills and resolutions.
Senate Bill 436 by Senator Watson of the 11th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 1B. Senate Bill 437 by Senators Robertson of the 29th and others, a bill
Regulated industries.
Senate Bill 438 by Senator Summers of the 13th and others, a bill
Education and youth.
Senate Bill 439 by Senator Estevez of the 6th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to provide a homestead exemption.
State and local government.
Senate Bill 440 by Senator Brass of the 28th and others.
Education and youth.
Senate Bill 441 by Senator Merritt of the 9th and
Health
others.
and human services.
Senate Bill 443 by Senator Watson of the 1st and others, a bill
Public safety.
Senate Bill 444 by Senator Indebatarte of the 31st and others, a
Regulated
bill.
industries.
Senate Resolution 535 by Senator Rett of the 33rd and others, a resolution encouraging.
Rules.
Senate Resolution 538 by Senator Summers of the 13th and others, a resolution.
Economic development.
That completes the order, Mr. President.
First reading references the House bills and resolutions.
House Bill 878 by Representative Lumsden of the 12th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 6 of Title 40 of the OCGA relating to general provisions relative to uniform rules of the road.
Public safety.
House Bill 976 by Representative LaHood of the 176 and others.
Ethics.
That completes the order, Mr. President.
Secretary will read reports of standing committees.
Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Health and Human Services has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation that Senate Bill 198 do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Watson of the 1st District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Insurance and Labor has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation that Senate Bill 389 do pass, Senate Bill 307 do pass by substitute, Senate Bill 362 do pass, and Senate Bill 334 do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Walker of the 20th District Chairman. Additionally, dear Mr. Secretary, pursuant to Senate Rule 2-1.6, I hereby give notice that I will introduce a minority report to be read, along with the majority report, on Senate Bill 362, which passed Insurance and Labor on Wednesday, January 31st, 2024. Respectfully submitted, Senator Nikki Merritt. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Public Safety has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation that Senate Bill 406 do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Albers of the 56th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Veterans, Military, and Homeland Security has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation that Senate Bill 375 do pass, Senate Bill 398 do pass, and Senate Bill 385 do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Payne of the 54th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Secretary will read bills and resolutions for the second time.
Senate Bill 212 by Senator Burns of the 23rd and others, probate court judges relating to elections and activities and duties. Senate Bill 387 by Senator Kirkpatrick of the 32nd and others, identification cards, certain applicants who are either homeless or in illegal custody of the Division of Family and Children's Services do not require signatures provide. Senate Bill 405 by Senator Dixon of the 45th and others, Completion Special Schools Act, certain students to be enrolled in a completion special school, lower the age of eligibility. Senate Bill 410 by Senator Kirkpatrick of the 32nd and others, licensing of veterinarians, certain sterilization services performed by out-of-state veterinarians from licensing requirements exempt. Senate Bill 412 by Senator Kennedy of the 18th and others, professions and businesses, administrative and civil sanctions against charitable organizations, paid solicitors, and solicitor agents for certain violations, change provisions. Senate Resolution 471 by Senator Albers of the 56th and others, Senate Study Committee on Access of Affordable Child Care, create. Senate Resolution 474 by Senator Watson of the First and others, Office of the Child Advocate for the Protection of Children, quality legal representation for parents, children, and youth, and child welfare agencies of all ages of child welfare proceedings, urge partnership. That completes the order, Mr. President.
It is now time for the morning roll call. Are there any motions to excuse Senator from the 41st?
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 34th, the 35th, the 36th, the 32nd, and the 33rd, the 10th, the 5th, and the 38th, and the 2nd.
All right. 34th, 35th, 36th,
The 33rd, the 34th, the 35th, the 36th.
the 32nd,
Mm-hmm.
the 5th,
Yes, and the 10th.
and the 10th,
Yes, and the 2nd.
and the 2nd. All right. The 2nd is here.
And the 38th. The 38th. They got it. They got
Y'all still don't have enough to field a team. All right, all right. Without objection, the senator's excused. Any other motions to excuse? Senators from the 16th.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I would ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 17th.
What's that? The senators from the 17th?
17th, yes,
Okay.
sir.
Without objection, the senator from 17th is excused. All right. Secretary will call the roll. Signify your presence by voting the yay switch. Secretary will unlock the machine. I know you'll do it right. It is now time for the morning devotion. All senators, please take your seats and cease all conversation. I would ask the doorkeepers to secure the chamber at this time. I now recognize the senator from the 16th to lead us in our pledge and introduce our chaplain of the day.
Ladies and gentlemen, the pledge to the American flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The state flag. I pledge allegiance to the Georgia flag and to the principles for which it stands, wisdom, justice, moderation, and courage. All right. Okay. Well, good morning. I'm honored this morning to present to you as our chaplain of the day is Dr. Joey Rogers, who is a senior pastor of First Baptist Church, Peachtree City. He knows what golf carts are all about. If you've ever been to Peachtree City, one of their famous things is all the golf cart trails, so it's a lot of fun there. He's a native of Atlanta, a graduate of Carson-Numa University, Southwestern Baptist Theological Seminary, and where he has earned his master's and his doctorate degree. He's the author of many books, and throughout his ministry, he has served in churches and ministries in Georgia, Tennessee, Mississippi, Virginia, Texas, New Mexico, Montana, Norway, and Germany. I was really wondering he's good. They keep him going. He does a great job. He's passionate about personal discipleship and global ministries and coaching and consulting. He has a wife, Meg, who of 29 years. He's a proud father of 4 children. He's active in his community in many, many ways, but more than anything, he loves God and he loves the people, and he loves the people of his church and of his community. Dr. Rogers, I would ask that you would speak to us. Thank you.
Well, it's my pleasure to be here today. I understand it's Governor Jones when we're in session, and Senator Harbin. Thank you for the opportunity to be here, and I want to say thank you to each of you for serving our state and for giving of your time and your expertise to help our state become the best state it can possibly be. Today, I'd like to offer you a word on an encouraging word on servant leadership, because all of us are servant leaders. And I want to share it from a passage of Scripture in Hebrews chapter 12 that is my life verse. It says, "Therefore, since we have such a great cloud of witnesses, let us lay aside the sin and the encumbrance that holds us back, and let us run with endurance the race that's set before us." And here's how you do it. Fixing your eyes on Jesus, the author and perfecter of your faith, who for the joy set before you despised the cross and all of its shame, and has endured great opposition. So when you get tired and weary, do not give up hope, but remember him who did all this for you. When I think about that passage, I see 5 different principles for leading. First, never forget the people who've served before you. And second, with that is, don't forget that people are watching. Our state is watching you, and they watch what you do with a keen eye. The second thing is, lay aside the non-essentials and don't get weighed down or tripped up on things that don't matter. It's so easy to get tripped up. It's so easy for someone to come, speaking as a leader, for someone to come with their agenda, jump on your back and hold you back. You can't allow that to hold you back. The third thing is, run your race with conviction and with endurance. When you lead, it's not easy. I'm sure every one of you know that. But you have to lead with conviction. Conviction is critical, because conviction is what you know to be right and wrong. It allows you to put your head on the pillow at night knowing that you did what was right and what was good and what was honoring. And then the fourth thing is stay focused on the task. Keep your eye on the ball. I'll talk about that in just a minute, a little bit more. And then the last one is, when things get tough, don't grow weary or give up. Stay faithful to the call. And so these are 5 principles on leadership that we can get from this passage, but there's one that I want to focus on, and I want to focus on it by sharing a story with you that happened to me many, many years ago. I was a high school athlete, played football, baseball, wrestled, ran cross country. I think I lettered like 20 times, I don't know. But we were playing against our arch rivals. Biggest game of the year. My job was to return punts and kickoffs. Everyone in the game, we had played a great game. We were in the 4th quarter. We had about 3 minutes left to go in the game, and the other team was going to punt with the hope that they could stop us and maybe get the ball back. So I go back. I had 3 options. Option number 1 was try to return the punt, which, if you know anything about football, that probably was not the wisest thing to do in that moment. Option 2 was let the ball go and let it bounce and see where it ended up. And option 3 was call a fair catch. So I go back, we're playing our arch rivals. I played against most of these kids my entire life. Their parents are in the stands, my parents are in the stands. I go back, I get ready to return the kick, the ball's punted. I look up, and instincts kicked in, and I look down to see if I can return the punt. I look back up, and there's no football. All I see is lights. Until all of a sudden, bink, right on top of my helmet, the ball hits, goes behind me, the other team recovers it. 3 plays later, they win the game and we lose. All because I didn't keep my eye on the ball. If I had an encouragement for you today, is keep your eye on the ball. For me as a pastor, that is to keep my eyes on Jesus, to keep my eye on the Great Commission, to keep my eye on leading people to know Christ and become a follower of him, because I believe with all my heart that that's what matters. I think when I think about you, especially in light of some of the decisions you guys have to make, I want to remind you that keeping your eye on the ball doesn't mean serving your constituents. Keeping the eye on the ball means serving Georgia and everyone's constituents, and making decisions that are best for all Georgians, just like I have to do what I can to make the decisions best for the people that are under my care. And so that's my encouragement for you today. Keep your eye on the ball. Keep your eye on the main thing, and don't get distracted. And I want to do something as we close today. I want to pray for you, but I also want you, whether it's looking at someone across the aisle, someone in front of you, someone behind you, I want you to just look around for a second. And I want you to pick out one person that you can pray for today as we pray. And pray for them, pray for their families, for what they do outside of the Senate, but also pray for them to keep their eye on the ball. Let's pray together. I'm going to give you about 30 seconds to pray. Father, I come to you today and just lift up each one of these men and women. I thank you, Father, for their service to this state. I thank you, Father, for the responsibilities that they take upon their shoulders and for the people that they represent, but also for the whole of our state and the people that they are responsible for. Lord, as servant leaders, I pray for them that, number one, that you would be in their family's life, that you'd guide them and bless them, and Father, draw them to truth. I pray, Father, for their role as servant leaders, that, Lord, when they come into this room, that they would always do what's best for Georgia, not what's best for themselves, not what's best for a few, but what they believe in their heart of hearts is what's best for Georgia. Thank you, Father, for this time. I pray, Father, for your hand upon our state, upon our governor, and upon each one of these elected officials. In Jesus' name, amen.
We have our doctor of the day, and I recognize the senator from the 32nd to introduce our physician of the day.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm so happy to introduce you all to one of my good friends. He lives a stone's throw from my house, Dr. John Johnson. He has more than 2 decades of experience in the medical field. He's an internist. He has a lot of managed care experience, has been the chief medical officer for many health plans in different states. He began his career practicing internal medicine in Atlanta, where he developed a celebrated program to treat diabetes. Dr. Johnson has also served as a colonel in the United States Army Reserve Medical Corps with 25 years of experience. Dr. Johnson graduated from Seton Hall, received his medical degree from Rutgers. He is board certified in internal medicine and a fellow of the American College of Physicians. He also earned an MBA with a focus on healthcare management from Emory. In addition, Dr. Johnson is president of the Emory University Medical Alumni Board, the president of the Medical Association of Atlanta, and their executive director is up in the gallery today. Hi, David. And vice president of the board of directors for Leadership Empowerment Project, which is a nonprofit that helps African American men excel in their first years of college. So I really appreciate Dr. Johnson being with us today. Please give him a warm welcome. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Governor. It's a pleasure to be here. Kay did a fantastic job with the intro, and as I commented to her, it's not often that you get introduced by someone who actually knows you. So not only is Kay my neighbor, but she's my friend, and beyond just times such as this, we've made it a point to really get to know one another. Today is also really special to me because February marks 25 years that I received my medical license in Georgia from this great state. February 5th, 1999. One correction to the introduction, I've served this country for 27 years as a colonel in the United States military, and what I'm proud about is I've been able to go around the world and carry the banner of Georgia. Yeah. When we serve our country on NATO missions, both combat and humanitarian missions, and we have excellent medical institutions in this state, I want to stop and thank all of you, the senators that do such great work for our state, especially those that are in healthcare, the physician leaders that have taken and accepted the charge of joining this great body. I also want to thank you, as I mentioned to Senator, all the work you've done for my fellow veterans. Again, I've had the privilege of receiving care at the Atlanta VA, and I know that all of you have taken that personal commitment to make services better for Georgians and veterans that access services. I also want to say I enjoy my work on physician advocacy, and I've had the pleasure of meeting several of you at many of the Medical Association of Georgia events, as well as the Medical Association of Atlanta. I'm the proud president of MAA and the proud president of the Emory Medical Alumni Board, where I also did my internal medicine residency. And what's great about that is when I finished my residency in 2000, guess what? I stayed in Georgia. So that's exactly how it should work. We want physicians to stay in our state. And I stayed in Georgia, not in Atlanta, but in Douglasville, where my family and I grew up and raised our family until we moved to East Cobb to now be in Kay's district. So I really want to thank you for all the great work you're doing. My charge to you would be really, February is Black History Month. I'm a black male physician. How great is it to have me here when there are less than 1.5% of us in the country? Less than 5% of physicians in America are black. Less than 1.5% are black males. So it's really a dire need to have more physicians in healthcare. And as I close, I want to just share a quote from the great Dr. Martin Luther King. Of all forms of inequality, injustice in healthcare is the most shocking and inhumane. All of us have determinants of health, regardless of what we call it, however wealthy or educated we are. You find yourself in a vulnerable position when your family or you personally need health care. My wife and I, 4 years ago, lost my mother-in-law through errors in the nursing home that ultimately led to her death. So I would say my challenge to you would be do more to oversee the delivery of care of the most vulnerable in those nursing homes. Do more to improve the differences in health care in Georgia, all Georgians, whether it's vaccinations, diabetes, cancer, choose whichever condition that impacts most your district. But pick something to focus on during this month of Black History. I'll be in the medical aid station. Again, I've got 27 years of experience. I've traveled the world as a decorated veteran in the military. I'm here to serve you, and thank you for your service. Have a great day.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right. We have some special guests here today. Greenbrier Children's Center. I guess it's out of Savannah, Georgia, I guess, since I got my Savannah delegation here. All right. Secretary, read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 513 by Senator Mallow of the 2nd and others. A resolution recognizing and commending Greenbrier's Children's Center and for other purposes. Whereas under the leadership of 3 executive directors, Doris E. Roberts, Yvette Johnson Higgins, and Gina P. Taylor, Greenbrier, through its programs and services, has been a beacon of hope and love to thousands of families and children. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body recognize and commend Greenbrier's Children's Center for the role it has played in preserving and strengthening families in Chatham County. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Is there adoption of the resolution? Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. We got my Savannah delegation here, Senator from the 1st and the 2nd, and I recognize the Senator from the 2nd to introduce our special guest.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, as many of you know, our Lieutenant Governor, President of the Senate, Burt Jones, has created the Committee on Children and Families, which I have the distinct privilege to serve on. Greenbrier Children's Center has been around for 75 years. It was created because there was no orphanage for black children in Chatham County. And as you know, my grandmother raised me, and so growing up in Savannah, my grandmother would always tell me when I got out of the line, I will take your butt down to Greenbrier if you don't straighten up. And so I'm glad she never had to take me down to Greenbrier, but my uncle ended up working at Greenbrier, and so now I have one of my former teachers behind me, who is now at Greenbrier, and our executive director, Gina Taylor. So the work Greenbrier has done has been remarkable for our community and for children across the state. They used to be one of very few group homes for foster children in this state, so they've been doing great work. And I will let our executive director come and give just a few remarks to share with you the awesome work that they're doing in Savannah and Chatham County.
Good morning. I want to thank Senator Derek Mallow for helping us get this resolution presented and adopted today. Thank our Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones for allowing us to present today. Before I move any further, I'd like to do some introductions of some wonderful people that are standing behind me. We have Dr. Connie Cooper, who is our board president and also a member of our founding organization. We also have Mr. Randy Houston, board member, and also the chair of our facilities committee. And of course, we have Dr. Eric Mason, who is now our director of family and community services at Greenbrier Children's Center. So thank you all. Today, Greenbrier Children's Center, we the board of directors, staff, families, and children served by Greenbrier Children's Center are grateful today for the honor of serving in such a noble capacity of providing nurturing and strengthening services to families and children in the state of Georgia for over 75 years. We are grateful for the philanthropist Adaline Graham, grateful for the timeless service of the chartered members of Gamma Sigma Omega chapter of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, namely Irene Alexander, Frances Dye, Juanita Jennings, Maddie Payne, Mamie Russell, and Martha Wilson. We're certainly grateful for the community organizer of Reverend Ralph Mark Gilbert, who was the pastor of the First African Baptist Church, who brought 20 other churches together in order to create this organization for African American children. We're grateful for the support of the board of directors that we have, and also we're grateful for the financial support that we've received over the years from the state of Georgia, also from the county and city and Savannah government, City of Savannah governments, United Way, private donors, and other contributors. We're certainly grateful for our many community partners. Before I leave you today, I'd like to share with you a prayer that was written by Marian Wright Elderman. She was the founder of the Children's Defense Fund and served in the capacity of president and CEO of that organization for 47 years. She shares a prayer that at a moment of unspeakable terror, horror, violence, and despair, scriptures and prayers are often the first words that rise. And she offers this prayer. I've changed it a little to make it relative to us here in the state of Georgia. So as you are crafting legislation, policy, I want you to always be thinking of the children who are going to be impacted by that legislation and by that policy, whether it be agriculture, whether it be forestry, bridges and roads, whether it's child care, services for homeless families. Think about those children who are being impacted by the policies that you're crafting and the legislation that you're enacting. O God of the children of Israel and Georgia, of the children who live along the coast of Chatham, McIntosh, Glenn, and Camden, of the children of the mountains in Toccoa, Blue Ridge, and Trenton, of Polk, Muskogee, Stewart, and Seminole, of children of Baldwin, Dooley, Barron, and Taliaferro, of the children of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, of Washington, D.C., and of Detroit. O God of the children of the Ukraine, Of all children, refugee children, without a country to welcome them, at sea in flimsy boats, or struggling across steamy deserts to find safety, help us to love, protect, and respect them all. O God of black and brown and white children, and those all mixed together, of children who are rich and poor and in between, of children who speak Spanish and English and Swahili and Mandarin and Arabic and languages and dialects that our ears cannot discern. Help us to love and respect and protect and welcome them all. O God of the child prodigy and the child prostitute, the child of rapture and of rape, of runaway and thrown away children and sexually trafficked children who struggle every day without a parent, a place, friend, or future, of LGBTQ children struggling to be who they are, and children roaming across nations in search of a place to call home. Help us to love, respect, and protect them all. O God of the children who can walk and talk and hear and see and sing and dance and jump and play, and of children who wish they could but can't. Help us to love, respect, and protect them all. O God of the children who are loved and unloved, wanted and unwanted, help us to love and respect and protect them all. O God of incarcerated, beggar, beaten, abused, neglected, and homeless children, of AIDS, drug violence, and hunger-ravaged children, of children who are emotionally and physically and mentally fragile, and of children who rebel, ridicule, torment, and taunt. Help us to love, respect, and protect them all. O God of the children of destiny and the children of despair, ravaged by wars of adults, of disfigured, diseased, and dying children, of children without hope for the future, and children who have hope to spare and to share. Help us to love, respect, protect, and welcome them all as we affirm the sacredness of every child in our state, in our country, and across our shared world. Once again, thank you for this opportunity to share with you all this morning, and thank you for the presentation of the proclamation and resolution.
Good job. All right, we've got some good folks from Bibb County here today. Secretary, read the resolution, please.
Senate Resolution 499 by Senator Kennedy of the 18th and others. A resolution recognizing February 1st, 2024 as Macon Day at the state capitol and commending and congratulating Leadership Macon and for other purposes. Whereas Leadership Macon provides leadership training and community orientation to individuals seeking to become more involved in the growth and development of Macon and Bibb County. Now therefore be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body recognize February 1st, 2024 as Macon Day at the Capitol, commend Leadership Macon on its efforts to make Macon and Bibb County a better place to live and work, and offer congratulations to the group's 45th anniversary. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. Call on my pro tem, who's been representing Bibb County for quite some time, to introduce our special guest.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. It really is a pleasure for me to get introduced to y'all, some really good friends from Macon and our Chamber, and particularly to recognize the Greater Macon Chamber of Commerce's program, the Leadership Macon, for its 45th anniversary. Leadership Macon was formed in 1979, making the program really one of the oldest community leadership programs in Georgia. It provides great leadership training and community orientation to individuals, both folks that have been in Macon for a long time and for folks that have newly moved there. As a year-long program, Leadership Macon is committed to assisting community leaders to explore solutions, interact with political leaders, and develop relationships amongst the county, public, private, and nonprofit sectors. It's been a great program that has produced a lot of folks that have gone on to be leaders in the community. I am fortunate to have gone through this program in 2000 and consider myself a great beneficiary of the leaders that had gone before me and the people that ran the program and continue to run the program. Leadership Macon proves to be devoted to the success of the class members by providing access to various organizations that further the knowledge, the relationships, and the enthusiasm we have for Macon and Middle Georgia. On the floor, I've got some special guests with me. First of all, Lynn Farmer, who is Chief People Officer at the Macon Chamber of Commerce. She is a Leadership Macon class of 2002. My good friend David Dancy is behind me. He's the guy in the muted colored coat. You won't recognize him. It's kind of pink, a little bit pink coat. He's Vice President with Synovus Bank, class of 2003 with the Leadership Macon. Allison Bender, Leadership Macon Advisory Board Chair for the class of 2018. Also with me is Kristen Grissom, Leadership Macon Project Coordinator from the class of 2017, and Patrick Harris, our Regional Director from Georgia Power, class of 2024. I'm honored to have these folks with us, and I hope you'll see that from the various years that are represented, it truly is a strong program that devotes a lot of energy back to Macon and making sure that we've got the leaders for tomorrow that are there. I'm going to call upon Lynn and David Dancy to come and share a word with you. And y'all, please give a great welcome, a great Senate welcome to the Leadership Macon leadership.
So, Senator Kennedy, and I also want to recognize Senator Lucas, the Greater Macon Chamber of Commerce, and Leadership Macon. Thank you for this honor and for this recognition. And if we have one message from the Greater Macon Chamber of Commerce and from Leadership Macon for all of you today, it is to hear me when I thank you for the work that you have done to make Georgia the #1 state to do business. You make our jobs in selling Bibb County and in bringing business to our county so much easier. So thank you for all the hard work you've done to elevate Georgia.
Thank you. You know, my button, if you can't read it, says pink is the new green for you gentlemen out there. And I'm representing the cherry blossom capital of the world, which is Macon, Georgia, inviting y'all to our festival, which starts March 15th. Look forward to seeing y'all there. Thank y'all again.
Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Resolution 500 by Senator Butler of the 55th and others. A resolution recognizing February 1st, 2024 as Wear Red Day and for other purposes. Whereas cardiovascular disease is the leading cause of death in women, claiming more lives than all forms of cancer combined. And cardiovascular disease is the leading cause of maternal death in the United States. Whereas most cardiac and stroke events can be prevented through education and lifestyle changes such as moving more, eating smart, and managing blood pressure. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body recognize February 1st, 2024 as Wear Red Day and encourage all citizens to raise awareness about cardiovascular disease. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none. The adoption of the resolution is adopted. I recognize our senator, the minority leader, senator from the 55th, to introduce our special guest, which we do honor here every year, and it's always good to see these individuals come here today, and I appreciate the senator for making this happen. Senator?
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. It's my honor today to recognize February 1st as Wear Red Heart Day. As the President said, we do this every year to recognize some of those that have had heart issues, including myself, and I will introduce them to you momentarily. Today, we highlight the importance of women knowing their risk factors, not just women, but men as well. I also realize that there's not one person in this room that has not been impacted by heart disease. Heart disease is the #1 killer of women and of Georgians. Oftentimes, there are things we can do to protect our health, such as not smoking, eating a full diet of fruits and vegetables, getting at least 30 minutes of physical activity per day, getting plenty of sleep, which I know that's what we all do, and regularly getting checked so that we know our numbers. There's one other thing we can do to protect those around us, and that is knowing CPR. Today, in celebration of American Heart Association's 100th birthday, they are teaching you how, if you don't know how, to use CPR in room 230. Thank you all for doing what you can to protect yourselves, your loved ones, and even your constituents by keeping prevention and treatment of the #1 killer of Georgians in mind this session. Thank you, Mr. President, for wearing your red and white polka dot tie. And thank you for the women of the Senate for wearing red, and the men wearing red ties and your red dress. With us today, we have Kimberly Goodlow. Will you raise your hand as I call your name? She's a heart valve transplant survivor. Tina Marie Marston, maternal heart disease survivor, living with a left ventricular assist device, in other words, a mechanical heart pump. Bethany Norris, whose daughter has a heart condition that caused her to have a cardiac arrest at school, who was luckily saved by an automated external defibrillator and CPR. Caitlin Wiley, whose daughter is a congenital heart defect survivor, and Evan Holyfield, a boxer who recently underwent open heart surgery for a rare heart condition just in September. And yes, he is Evander's son. So would you please give them all a round of applause for their recovery. And my own story, in 1977, I was having some issues just walking from one place to the other. For instance, we had a parking lot across the street. I could walk from there to this building and would be out of breath. And so I took it upon myself to call my doctor, and I went in for a a test, several tests actually, and I couldn't walk the treadmill more than 6 minutes. Started at the top, ended up at the bottom, and it was discovered that I had blockage. Fortunately for me, had I had a heart attack, I would not have survived. That was my 65th birthday present. So I encourage you to get tested, eat right, get lots of exercise, and for goodness sakes, get some sleep. Thank you.
Are there any unanimous consents? Would any senator wish to rise on a point of personal privilege? I recognize the senator from the 32nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow senators, I wanted to let you know about two events that happened last night. One was the Legislative Spouses Dance-Off, which was held in my district, and I'm very proud of the Senate and wanted to report to you that the senator for the 28th and his team were the winners, so I hope we can give them a hand. The second thing was there was an event last night held by the Consul General of Ireland honoring St. Bridget's Day, which is today. And you may or may not know that we have an Irish American caucus, and our pro tem is the co-chair. So if anyone is interested in being part of the Irish American caucus, please contact the pro tem's office. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. I recognize the senator from the 39th.
Good morning. Today we have the privilege to welcome a very special group of young women to the Senate chamber, the 2024 Miss Atlanta, Miss Capital City, and Miss Greater Atlanta Queens. These remarkable young women have distinguished themselves not only through their grace and poise, but also through their dedication to community service, academic excellence, and the pursuit of their individual passions and talents. These 6 young ladies will be competing at Miss Georgia and Miss Georgia's Teen in June in Columbus, Georgia, where the winners will go on to compete at the Miss America and Miss America's Teen. Each of these 6 talented girls, young women really, will compete in interview, fitness, talent, and evening gown. And all of them spend their year promoting their specific community service initiatives and work with the various Miss Georgia and Miss America sponsors. Please join, well, and I say for sponsors, you just heard about Wear Red Day down in CAP 230. The American Heart Association is one of the national sponsors of the Miss America competition. So you will have a chance, if you go down to room 230, they will also be there participating in those activities. But please join me in welcoming Miss Atlanta Aaliyah Phillips, Miss Capital City Julia DeCirio, Miss Greater Atlanta Alex Arwood, Miss Atlanta Teen Melody Tidmore, Miss Capital City's Teen Sydney Snyder, Miss Greater Atlanta's Teen Jay Geyer, and Senator Anderson to the Capitol, and congratulating them on their year ahead. Thank you very much. I yield the well.
Recognize the senator from the 55th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise at this moment in time to address something I've never addressed before in this chamber, and that is my support of Certificate of Need. As you all know, I'm a longtime supporter and defender of CON based on my belief that Certificate of Need is essential to guaranteeing that everyone, no matter their ability to pay, can access the care they need. But over the last several years, I've grown concerned about health care in rural Georgia. Since 2010, Georgia has lost 9 rural hospitals. That's the 3rd highest total in the nation, trailing only Tennessee and Texas. And despite my steadfast belief that Certificate of Need protects patients, this disturbing trend causes me to rethink one of my deepest held and most profound beliefs. Maybe we do need to rethink our Certificate of Need laws and give rural patients new, innovative health care options. So that is why I signed Senate Bill 442, presented to us by the senator from the 26th, which repeals Certificate of Need in rural counties. After all my time in the Georgia Senate, and after all I've learned in the last several years, I am ready to think differently about CON. But let me be clear. Reforming CON will not go far enough to deliver rural Georgians or the rest of Georgia the care of our people need and deserve. Only when combined with full traditional Medicaid expansion will reforming CON help our rural Georgians access health care without losing more hospitals in the process. So this morning, I urge my colleagues to do the same thing I've done. Rethink your longest held position. Last year, I signed Senate Bill 24, which would allow Georgia to fully expand Medicaid under the Affordable Care Act. This expansion would give up to 500,000 Georgians access to health insurance. And it would also provide uninsured and underinsured rural Georgians with better insurance, so our indigent care no longer financially overwhelms our rural ERs. We've waited over a decade. Now is our time, colleagues. Let's reform Certificate of Need and pass Senate Bill 24 to give Georgia traditional Medicaid expansion. Let's make Georgia the best state in the nation for health care. And let's finally create the kind of system that adequately cares for all Georgians. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Recognize the senator from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have 2 groups that I would like to welcome this morning to the Capitol. I'll keep it very brief because we've got a big day. But we have members of the Junior League of Gainesville-Hall County here. This group of women work hard to support nonprofits in the community and do a lot of really good work, and I appreciate them taking their time to come to the Capitol today and welcome. We also have some students from White Sulphur Elementary School, and they are the last third grade class at that school because that school will be closing at the conclusion of the school year. And those students will be the first fourth grade class at the new Sandra Dunnigan Deal Elementary School in Hall County. So welcome to your state's capital. Thank you for coming, and y'all have a good day. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the will.
Does any other senator wish to rise on a point of personal privilege? On your desk, you should have a consent calendar of privilege resolutions. Is there objection? Chair hearing none. Chair hearing none. The resolution on the consent calendar is adopted. Recognize the Rules Chair, Senator from 28th.
Mr. President, I ask for unanimous consent that SR 527 be withdrawn from the Committee on Rules and be committed to the Committee on Veteran, Military, and Homeland Security.
The senator has moved that the Senate Resolution 527 be recommitted. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Resolution 527, a resolution by Senator Payne of the 54th and others, a resolution creating the Senate Study Committee on Veterans, Mental Health and Housing and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Is there objection to the senator's motion? Chair hears none, and motion does prevail. All right, moving on to the rules calendar here. SB 377. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 377, a bill by Senator Tillery of the 19th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Titles 15 and 49 of the OCGA relating to the courts and social services, respectively, so as to provide for the licensing of qualified residential treatment programs, to revise the definition of qualified residential treatment program to conform with federal law and for other purposes. The Senate Committee on Health and Human Services recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Watson of the 1st District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the 19th.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. I bring before this body Senate Bill 377. It's simple in its concept, but yet potentially generationally impactful in its result. What Senate Bill 377 does is sets up a definition of a qualified residential treatment program in our state CCI system. That's child caring institutions. Due to changes at the federal level, many of our child caring institutions are no longer eligible for 4E funding, which probably means very little to most of us in this room. What happens, though, when they're no longer eligible for that 4E funding is the state has to fully fund the child caring institutions that would have otherwise been funded with a Part FMAP match. By taking and redefining this definition and setting up what is now a QRTP, or a Qualified Residential Treatment Program, we will allow the child caring institutions in our state to once again be eligible for potential 4E funds. It potentially frees up state tax dollars to be used to invest additionally in those funds. And it provides services that right now are not incentivized to be provided for those in child caring institutions, mainly foster care across our state. To be a QRTP, you also have to offer other services. We sometimes refer to those as wraparound services or different counseling options. That will be a change for our current CCIs, but we think it's a necessary change not only to provide a better service, but also to create a sustainable funding model for the future. There is a budgetary impact by this. It does help free up state funds. Thank you for allowing me to present it here today. And Mr. President, if there are no questions, I'll yield the will.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I urge favorable consideration of Senate Bill 377.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to the agreement to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 50, the nays are 1. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. All right, moving on. SB 386. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 386, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 50 of the OCGA relating to state government so as to authorize and provide for the regulation and taxation of sports betting in the state, to change certain provisions relating to increase funding for the state's pre-K programs, to provide for the corporation to engage in certain activities related to sports betting, and for other purposes. The Senate Committee on Economic Development and Tourism recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Beach of the 21st District Chairman. The Senate Committee on Economic Development and Tourism offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 386. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 50 of the OCGA relating to state government so as to authorize and provide for the regulation and taxation of sports betting in the state, to provide for additional powers and duties of the Georgia Lottery Corporation, to change certain provisions relating to the shortfall reserves maintained within the lottery for education account, to increase funding to the state's pre-K programs, to provide for the corporation to engage in certain activities related to sports betting and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the 45th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Senate colleagues. I bring before you Senate Bill 386, the Georgia Lottery of Sports Betting Act. And this is purely a sports betting bill. There's no other wagering that is defined in this bill. It has to do with just sports betting. And quite frankly, unfortunately in the state of Georgia, this is already happening illegally with no guidelines, no parameters that surround sports betting here. This would create those regulations and parameters to protect bettors, and it would also generate just over $100 million based on the estimates that would go to Georgia Pre-K and to the Hope Scholarship and the Zell Miller Scholarship, which is much needed as our population here in Georgia continues to grow. It's a bipartisan bill. I've worked closely with both parties on this bill. We did actually have a committee sub working with the senator from the 2nd. We made a few changes. One, we increased the tax rate that would go to the Georgia Lottery from 15 to 20%. We also added a provision in there that would encourage minority participation, minority company-owned participation, which is already existing in requirements for the Georgia Lottery Corporation, but this would codify that in law. And then we've also excluded any betting on the Special Olympics. So we changed those provisions in the committee, and grateful from the senator from the 2nd. Working with him on that. Some of the main points within the bill, as far as dealing with the 20% that would go to the Georgia Lottery, that would be based off of the adjusted gross income. And the simplest way for me to put that is if there's $100 in bets that go out, if the winnings are $20, then the adjusted gross income would be the $80, so $16 of that would go to the Georgia Lottery. And they cannot, the operators cannot deduct promotional credits from their taxable income, which keeps that tax rate higher as well. As far as the way a bettor can fund their account, credit cards are not prohibited. The funding would be through electronic transfer, debit cards, or online mobile payment systems. Collegiate betting would be allowed under this bill as well. And as far as the license structure, there would be 16 licenses that would be permitted. The license application fee would be $100,000, and there would be an annual $1 million license fee that they would have to pay annually. Out of those 16 licenses, there would be 7 licenses that would be open licenses is what we're calling them, and they would be procured through a procurement process that would be governed by the Georgia Lottery, and there's extensive requirements in there that the company must prove that they've got at least $500,000 of cash on hand. They must already be a sports betting company, and there's several provisions in there and safe stops. 8 of the other licenses that would go, 5 would go to our professional sports teams here in Georgia: the Hawks, the Braves, the Falcons, United, and the Dream. There would also be a license for the PGA Tour, the Augusta National, and NASCAR. And there would be 1 license that would be administered to the Georgia Lottery. As far as prohibited bettors, there's very extensive language in here about the prohibited bettors. Highlights of that would be employees of the Lottery Corporation, vendors, or licensees could not bet on sports betting. Anyone involved in the professional or amateur teams, along with the players, employees, professional sports team players, umpires, league personnel, coaches would all be prohibited from betting on sports betting. The regulator, as I said earlier, would be the Georgia Lottery. And there would also be some extensive responsible gaming, advertising, and safeguards that would be established with this bill. There would be education on for potential bettors on the methods and types of bets, the likelihood of winning such bets, education, warning signs on problem gaming, and how to prevent and treat those problems. Funding responsible gaming campaigns, which would be ads on TV and on the radio. A bettor could utilize self-limiting tools, self-limit the amount that they deposit, also self-limit the amount that they bet, and they could also self-exclude from any betting in the state. They would develop a statewide advertising guidelines so that no ads are targeted to minors, and the minimum age that you can place bets and participate in this would be 21 years of age. There would be required posting for central gaming problems, a toll-free number, and online platforms as well for if there is problem gaming. This also would also draw down the reserve fund of the lottery. There's a provision in there that would not allow it to go below 50%. As far as the deposit they've had, they would not be able to go below 50% of the net revenue for a year. But it does draw that down, so more money is going to education and to pre-K. And as I said earlier, the estimated revenue generated from this is upwards of $100 million annually. With that, Mr. President, we'd be happy to answer any questions.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from the 22nd to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief to express my support for this particular bill. First of all, education, as we know, is the key. We all pretty much have agreed on that. Education is the key to making sure that our citizens are successful. We have some disagreements when we talk about wraparound services, how we kind of fund education and things of that nature, but our fundamental agreement is on education. Second thing that we pretty much have agreed with in Georgia is that this lottery has helped move us forward. This lottery has helped move us forward. In fact, we were the leaders in the nation as far as tapping into this particular funding source. And that's how we ought to look at it, is tapping into a particular funding source. We led the nation. But somewhere, quite frankly, we actually got behind, and we've allowed other persons to beat us as far as tapping into other lottery funding sources, and this bill allows us to do that. And we ought to take advantage of that. And we heard the numbers, and quite frankly, $100 million may be on the conservative side, but at least we're talking about that amount of much money. That much money with it tapping into a new funding source for education, and that is the key. And make no mistake, it is a new funding source. Those who use what I would call more the traditional source, they may never, ever take advantage of this particular legislation. And those who want to take advantage of this legislation may never go to a convenience store and use the other funding source. But we are leaving a source of funding on the table if we do not go forward. It is time to move forward on this particular piece of legislation. And this is the vehicle to get it done. There's never a perfect bill, but we have things in here that matter when we talk about minority participation. We have things in here that matter when we talk about how the funds are going to be used, and it's going to matter to our Georgia citizens. And this is the vehicle to get it done. And so not only did I say today to us in this room, hopefully as this moves forward and we go across the hall, I also will say this is the vehicle we get this funding source done. And there can be some times where you stretch parameters, but the difference between stretching parameters and trying to blow up something. We need to make sure that we tap into this new funding source for the lottery, and we need to make sure we get it done now. It's time to stop leaving money on the table. It's time to make sure we continue to move forward and lead the nation as we did many years ago when we first established this. With that, Mr. President, I yield the well.
Thank you, Senator. We've got a couple amendments. I know we've got some other people that want to talk. Let's read the amendments real quick, and so when you do come to the well, you can speak on both the amendments in the bill.
Senator Kauser of the 46th and others offer the following amendment to amend the Senate Committees of Economic Development and Tourism substitute to Senate Bill 386 by replacing "to provide for an effective date" on line 23 with "to provide for a contingent effective date" and automatic repeal, and by deleting lines 93 through 97 and redesignating paragraphs 2 through 6 on lines 98 through 109 as paragraphs 1 through 5 respectively, and for other purposes. Additionally, Senator Albers of the 56 and others offer the following amendment to amend the Senate Committee on Economic Development and Tourism substitute to Senate Bill 386 by inserting before the period at the end of line 594 the following: provided, however, that a Type 1 eligible entity shall not receive any proceeds or revenue derived from any wagers accepted by such online sports betting services provider. In the event a Type 1 eligibility entity that violates the provisions of this subsection shall have their license automatically revoked and forever be ineligible to hold a license. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the 55th to speak to the bill. And then, Senator, I'll call on you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to offer my full support of Senate Bill 386, a bill that legalizes sports betting and uses the revenues to fully fund pre-K. I'd like to just take a moment and reflect on what we are doing this morning. So 33 years ago, on February 8th, 1991, the Georgia Senate voted 47-9 to create the lottery. In November 1992, Georgians voted to amend the Constitution and create a state lottery to fund the Hope Scholarship and the nation's first state-funded universal pre-K program for 4-year-olds. Unfortunately, for many reasons, Georgia has never completed its promise of universal pre-K. It never fulfilled this promise. So this morning, 33 years later, I vote to finally fulfill that promise and fully fund pre-K for all Georgians that are 4-year-old. I vote this morning to create a pre-K spot for every 4-year-old in Georgia and to help strengthen the public education system that help makes our state great. Colleagues, our vote today is only the first step, but it is an important one. A fair and better Georgia for our children. I ask you all for your support in helping Georgia fulfill this 33-year-old promise to create true universal pre-K. And on the amendments, the idea is to have a clean bill without amendments. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Thank you, Senator. I recognize the senator from the 46th to speak to his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate. This is an issue we've been dealing with for several years now, and I think many of us are just about exhausted by it. At all iterations of the bill that I have supported have included a constitutional amendment. As you just heard part of the history from the minority leader, this lottery was established by a constitutional amendment in 1992. We let the people of Georgia decide whether they wanted to allow gambling in the form of a lottery. And to induce them to make that vote, we included language in the constitutional amendment that banned all forms of parimutuel betting and casino gambling. They prohibited those. Now, you need to remember the historical context. At the time that was passed, sports betting was illegal nationwide with the exception of Nevada. And the only place it was allowed in Nevada was in the casinos. They didn't have the internet back then. We didn't have iPhones. We didn't have all of these other forms of placing bets. There's no way the people of Georgia, when they passed that constitutional amendment, believed that it would authorize the General Assembly to say that sports betting was a lottery game. If you read the constitutional amendment, it doesn't give the General Assembly the right to define lottery games. It specifically allowed lotteries, which were games of chance. To pass this bill without making it be contingent upon the voters of this state being allowed to weigh in and approve it is disingenuous at best and just sneaky to try to circumvent the voters of the state of Georgia. And I don't understand why we would want to do that. I do not oppose sports betting. I've supported it for years with the proper constraints and regulation. And prohibitions against problem gaming, addictive gambling, which we are seeing arise in many of the states that have allowed this. By having a constitutional amendment, you can dedicate a portion of those funds, even if a small portion, 5%, to education of our citizens of the dangers of problem gaming, of the odds of winning or losing these bets, and how to limit their harm to themselves and their families. And if they develop an addiction to gambling, problems with gaming, to treat those problems. There has to be funding to do that, or we're going to create more problems than we help. I have never been so concerned about where the other proceeds go, and I have absolutely no problem with them going to pre-K problems. Save a little bit, though, for the problem gaming that you are going to help create by passing this bill. You can only do that with a constitutional amendment. It is fair to the people of Georgia. It does not undermine the purposes and objectives of this bill, and I think it is the appropriate way to do it. That is all Amendment 1 does, is it changes the trigger, the effective date of this bill to where it becomes effective upon approval of a constitutional amendment that allows sports betting by the people of Georgia. That can be done in November of this year, and the effective date under either version is January of 2025. If the people of Georgia reject this, why should we impose this upon them? I'll leave it to the other authors to discuss the other amendments that there may be presented here. I'm not going to worry about all the details of the bill. I don't agree with all of it. I think we had other options that were better, but I think this process with a bicameral legislature, if we pass this and at least let the people have the final say, we can work out the terms as the House discusses the bill. I'm happy to take any questions there may be, or I'm glad to yield the well, Mr. President.
You do have a few questions, Senator. I recognize the senator from the second for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, do you yield?
I yield.
Senator, talking about the constitutional amendment in relation to sports betting, Senator, is it your position that you would like to see casinos, and that's why you are in support of a constitutional amendment to allow for casino gambling?
No, I've never voted in favor of casino gambling. That issue is not before us today, and this amendment does not open anything up for casinos. That will require a separate constitutional amendment as well.
Recognize Senator from the 56.
Will the senator yield?
I yield.
Senator, isn't it true that one of the other concerns we may have without a constitutional amendment is if this passes and becomes law, we may spend what could be many years and large sums of money battling this out in the courts because of the constitutional question?
No doubt. If I were general counsel for any of the sports franchises or gaming operators that want to offer these bets, my counsel to them would be, don't go spend this $1 million and start investing millions until you know it's constitutional. There will be challenges. We all have letters on our desk from Faith and Freedom Coalition this morning in strong opposition to this, and there will be plenty of challenges. I think they'll succeed because I think this is unconstitutional without a constitutional amendment.
You have no more questions, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well. Appreciate your favorable consideration of Amendment 1.
I recognize the senator from the 56 to speak to the Second Amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Similar to the senator from the 46, I support sports betting. I think the majority of Georgians, by numerous polls over the many years, support sports betting. And I want to thank the bill's author, who I think did a phenomenal job, the senator from the 45th, of putting together a great piece of legislation and working with all the folks who have a vested interest in this. And I want to thank him for moving the percentage up to 20% in a committee. I think that is fair and consistent with other states for the adjusted gross revenue we'll be getting from that. My amendment does something, though, that I think keeps the purity and ethics in this problem that faces us with the tethering of the licenses. So we have wonderful sports teams. Many of them are represented by folks here at the Capitol today. I love them all, and I'm a fan of each and every one of them. We also have companies that have invested large sums of dollars here as they are looking to hopefully make this law and then be able to hire people, be able to get more folks engaged in the process, and ultimately for our sports team, they want what's called fan engagement. 100% agree. The challenge is with the way the bill is right now is a sports team, any one of our major sports teams, will then partner with one of those other groups. And when they do, the goal is to market. We want to get marketing back and forth. These guys want people to bet. The sports teams want butts and seats and to continue to do what they do as franchise leaders. However, without a line of demarcation in there, which is what this bill this amendment offers, the team has a vested outcome in those bets. This simply says that the team cannot profit from the betting that happens. So there can never be another Chicago Black Sox, another Pete Rose incident, or anything else. And if they do, they'll lose their license. Now, I talked to most every team, and they all said, of course, we're never going to do that. That's great. Some have said, well, my league has a rule, and that rule prevents us from doing that anyway. League rules change. In fact, they change almost on an annual basis. And this will continue to evolve over time because this is still relatively new. All this does is put the ethical protections in place to make sure that the fox is in charge of the hen house and supporting everybody through the process and doing it in a way that I think it passes the sniff test. And with that, Mr. President, I'd yield for any questions.
You do have one question, Senator. Senator from 46.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator yield?
Yes, sir.
So you're saying as this bill is currently drafted, all of these sports franchises that can partner with a bookmaker, essentially, can share in the profits from the winnings of the bets?
That's exactly true.
And they can also affect the outcome by either running up a score to cover a point spread or shaving points, as we've seen in the past, to make certain that certain bets win or lose since they have a financial stake in the outcome of the bets?
That is the exact point of this amendment, Senator. Thank you for bringing it up. This prevents that from happening, and it has happened in the past, folks. This is going to hopefully put that ethical barrier in so it doesn't happen in the future.
And are they still free to have marketing agreements and other sponsorship deals with bookmakers as long as they don't share in the winnings, so to speak, of the bets?
Yes, it's exactly the answer. We want them to work together. We want them to get the marketing in place because the whole goal is each side can win. The sports franchise can draw more people to be watching on TV, to come to the stadium, to buy jerseys, and to be a part of the process. And the bookmaker over here continues to do what they do, which is to work on the betting side of the house. But it puts that ethical wall between them.
Thank you. Appreciate your efforts.
Recognize Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, sir. Senator, you.
Certainly.
Yeah, and I'm just following back up with the former senator question. So to give the exact name, so the Atlanta Braves.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if your amendment passes, any betting on the Atlanta Braves in California, it will not come back to the profit of the Atlanta Braves.
That's correct. The
is that what
Braves
you're
could
saying?
not profit from the betting and outcome of their own sport of which they are playing.
No matter where they're at, no matter where, if somebody can be in Germany and bet on the Braves, Braves would not profit from those bets.
Absolutely, and the reason why that is true, Senator, is you do not ever want a sports team, the Braves, the Falcons, the Hawks, the Masters, anybody, to be financially incented to the outcome of their very own sport.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Recognize Senator from the 14th.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator, not to belabor the point, will you yield? But I do want to clarify, in the legal profession, do we often not talk about the difference between actual impropriety and the appearance of impropriety, correct?
Correct.
And is it not true that just as important as making sure that nothing actual improper happens is for public confidence, you also want to make sure that there's never the opportunity for the appearance of impropriety?
Senator, thank you for bringing that up. It is about public confidence. And look, I know most everybody that is in different levels of the organizations of all those sports arenas. They are good people. They're trying to do good things. They're trying to enhance their sport, and that's a good thing. But this puts protections in place because you know what? They're not always going to be there, and their rules will change. Hopefully, our law will be steady.
Senator, you have no more questions.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 21st. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, I have a news flash. Sports betting is already happening here in Georgia. It's just unregulated. It's easily accessible to minors. It lacks responsible gaming safeguards, and it generates zero revenue for the state of Georgia. Is there anyone in this chamber that thinks there won't be bets placed next weekend on the Super Bowl game? There will be, and we will not get any revenue from that. Based on the 20% tax rate, we estimate we'll get $100 to $125 million towards pre-K, Hope, and the Zell Miller Scholarship. Sports betting is already legal in 38 states, including 3 states that are bordered with the state of Georgia: Florida, Tennessee, and North Carolina. I want to tell you a quick little story. Last March, my son and 3 of his friends got in a car, and they went to Chattanooga for March Madness. They got a hotel room. They placed all their bets for Thursday, Friday. Then they left on Saturday morning and placed all their bets for Saturday, Sunday, because it was legal in Tennessee. They did it on their FanDuel account in the state of Tennessee. There's no reason we shouldn't have it here in Georgia. The other thing I like about this bill is it provides funding for responsible gambling and education, and the resources will be there for that. It also ensures that professional and amateur athletes cannot bet. And then it also it offers tools that allow parents to prevent unauthorized accounts by their children. And then the last thing that I will tell you that I like about this bill, it doesn't allow credit cards. So nobody's going to run up credit card debt. I ask for your support in this bill, and I ask you to vote both amendments down. I want to tell you, I have the utmost respect for the senator from the 46, but I disagree with this amendment. If you want to do a constitutional amendment, do a separate bill. This is going to be through the lottery. It's going to go towards education, and I don't think we have to have a trigger in the bill. Do a standalone constitutional amendment. So I'd ask you to vote no, and let's pass a clean bill that's been vetted in committee. Also, on the other amendment, the sponsor of this bill worked very hard with the Lieutenant Governor's office, with the sports teams, and all the players really involved in this industry. And this has been worked on for a long time. It's been vetted, and it passed out of our committee, where we had a committee sub by the senator from the 2nd who came and worked with the Lieutenant Governor's office, worked with the senator, and that was the time to make changes. The senator from the 56, with all due respect, you come up at 9:30 with this idea after it had been vetted, and we'd worked hard on this for months, and I just disagree with this. So I would ask you to vote no on his amendment also. So I'd ask you to vote no on both amendments and pass a clean bill, and let's send it over to the House, and let's finally have sports betting here in the state of Georgia. Mr. President, I yield the will.
Senator, you have a question, but Senator yields the will. The chair recognizes the senator from the 16th.
Good to see you up there. Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate it. You know, I find it interesting we bring in gambling in the number one state to do business in is the state of Georgia. We're doing extremely well. I find it even more so we have record surpluses that our state is doing well. And yet we're looking at more ways to create revenue to bring into the state through the use of gambling. Here's a question. Does more money equal better education when we have families that are struggling already in other areas that we could better put our money to? Do we think that on our college campuses that because we have the age of 21, that's going to save those that are under? Interesting that the NCAA did a study and a survey. They found that there was widespread participation in sports gambling, 67% already with what's going on, even though it's illegal. They find that the advertising is targeting college students. That's one of the key areas they're going after. Found out that the financial consequences is that 28% of the students admitted to losing at least $100 in 1 week. The NCAA president said this. He acknowledged that the increase in interest in sports due to betting, but he says it fails to address the potential harm it does to student athletes despite warning labels that are posted in the locker rooms. The racial inequalities are interesting because among the minority community, the addiction rates of gambling are double of what they are in other areas. Historical precedents. College sports have a history of gambling. Where gambling is, there's scandal. And we need to protect, especially our colleges, from that type of problem. The rise in sports betting, especially among college students, poses a significant risk to the well-being of the individuals and the integrity of the sports that we all love and enjoy. I believe this is that gambling is not the solution to our problems. Stronger families, better education, and hard work, I believe, are the difference that would make better, and I would vote down this bill in its entirety. Thank you, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the 37th.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, I appreciate we can come together on an issue as big as this and speak with such openness and in candor and congeniality. I have great respect for the gentleman who's the sponsor of this bill. I have great respect for the deliberation we're having here. That's one of the things I've really enjoyed being part of the Senate body, is we can stand here and speak to the heart of issues without fear of, ugliness and all that's out splashing around out there in politics. But I come to the well today to share a couple things. There are hundreds of thousands of people in this state, dare say millions, who would have grave concerns about this passing. I'm not really here for myself. I'm really here to give voice to the concerns about the bill. I want to give some substantive ones. I respect this body's deliberation. I respect the deliberation of each of our members. And I want to start by saying, appreciate the lady from the 56 when she talked about the Senate acting on the lottery vote back in 1991. But 27 months before this body acted on a vote for lottery, for a constitutional amendment to put on the ballot for a constitutional amendment vote in 1992, on the 23rd of August, 1989, Pete Rose, the all-time base hit leader in Major League Baseball, was banned from baseball for betting on his team. With pretty credible testimony, said that he never betted against his team, but just the very presence of betting in baseball banned Charlie Hustle, who may be the quintessential person in our lifetimes to make that would have made the Hall of Fame. The all-time hit leader was banned for being involved in any way in betting just 27 months before this body acted on the lottery. To the senator from the 46, his point that this requires a constitutional amendment, I think, is, and that this General Assembly did not contemplate sports betting, was so obvious they didn't think it was even a thing that could be brought up to put into a constitutional amendment to prohibit, because he was so clearly outside the bounds of acceptable betting behavior in Georgia that it was never thought about to be enumerated as something that should not be permitted. They mentioned parimutuel betting because that existed, but it's very clear there's no authorization in our state constitution in the 1992 constitutional amendment to allow this. In fact, Contact v. State 1982 talked about the definition of a lottery being a game of chance, mere luck, not skill, and the three elements being cost, consideration, price, and chance. There's not chance in this. What makes you win in sports betting is your understanding of the dynamics and your specific expertise in being able to beat the numbers and pick one side. Because this is not a pure game of chance, this is outside of our Constitution. We know that. The gentleman from the 46th laid that out very, very clearly. So a vote for this is a vote to have this struck down in our court system, and I think we owe it to our constituents to do better than that. Secondly, so many of the bills we vote on, we have a hard time getting through the details of. This is a 46-page bill. I trust members have read this long bill carefully. But as I read through this, there's a concern I have that, as we've talked about in our debate, the team members, the athletes, the team staff won't be able to bet on their games. But when we look at the section of the bill, lines 535 through 560, 5027 and 132, it's very clear. It says, initially, following person shall not be eligible to apply to obtain a license, and it lists all those entities. But ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I want you to look on lines 564 through 570 of this bill. I was deeply troubled when I read 564 through 570 of this bill. What 564 through 570 of this bill says, that list of people, and that list includes team employees and officers, coaches, players, league commissioners, NFL, Major League Baseball, NCAA, any of those league commissioners, coaches, players on the field, the Board of Regents, officers of our university system, may, in fact, have up to a 25% ownership interest in a licensee. So while a player or a coach or an officer of an organization can't place a $100 bet on their event, they may be a 24.5% owner of the House, the organization that runs the sports betting operations that we're talking about here. So whereas you can't drop a $100 bet yourself, you can be an owner in a multi-million-dollar company that is running the betting operation. That's what line 564 to 570 of this bill says. You know, the skimming eye would read through this and see, oh, yeah, they can't be involved as a licensee, except when you says in 564 through 570, they can be up to 25% ownership. And with the approval of the lottery corporation, they can go above 25%. It's just a lottery corporation decision at that point. I think it's wise that people can't bet on their sports. I don't think it's wise that people who are on the field competing can be the house and own the enterprise, own the gambling enterprise of the sport itself. Now, I say this just among friends. We're here to perfect bills and get things right. I just don't know that, again, our members really understand what we're doing in lines 564 through 570 of this bill. Now, Mr. President, I respect this body and the processes. I'm respectful that a member who's going to oppose sports betting shouldn't be offering amendments. I'm not going to offer an amendment today because I plan to oppose this bill anyway. I respect the chair. I respect the members. I think it's bad form to offer an amendment and then if it passes, still vote against the bill. I'm not going to do that. There is an amendment, though, by simply striking lines 564 through 570 that would solve that problem. It would mirror the principle that the people involved in the operation can't bet themselves and keep them from being up to 25% owners in the enterprise of sports betting. The third and the last concern I have, Mr. President, again, speaking for people of Georgia who have concerns and want to understand the details, is this bill, and I don't think it's the gentleman's intention, but the effect of it is it creates, I believe, a two-tier system of justice. This bill creates misdemeanor responsibility for individuals who gamble themselves and violate the law. There's a misdemeanor for first offense, second offense, and then third offense is a high and heavy misdemeanor that contemplates a $7,500 fine and 3 months in jail. I don't think that's inappropriate for people that are violating the law. What it does do, though, unfortunately, Mr. President, on lines 1049 through 1070, it creates a circumstance where the licensees or the people that run the multi-million-dollar operations are not subject to criminal responsibility. They're subject to administrative fines. Now, why is it that John Q. Public from my district, who breaks the law, is going to spend time in jail, but the multi-million-dollar operations that run this enterprise across our state are subject to administrative fines? That doesn't sit well with me. Now, if I were going to support this overall bill, I'd offer an amendment to fix that, because I think we need a level playing field. Mom and pop, regular folks ought to be accountable, and the big multi-million-dollar operations ought to be equally accountable. Mr. President, I would share that there's a simple amendment to fix that as well. I'm not going to offer it today in respect to this body because I do plan to oppose the underlying bill, but an amendment that would insert on line 1063, making any entity that's responsible for committing the illegally running a gambling operation or a licensee be subject to our current law, Code Section 161222 for illegal gambling. I think that structure, if it applies to co-am operators who have coin-operated machines in their convenience store, if they violate the law, they're subject to 161222, which is a 1 to 5 felony for breaking our gambling laws. Why shouldn't the multi-million-dollar operations who are going to be the purveyors of this $125 million program of sports betting across our state might be subject to the same things that our convenience store owners are subject to? I share all this just in the spirit of openness and deliberation because I respect the process. I'm not going to offer amendments and then turn around and vote against the bill. I think that's a bad form, and I respect my friend, the author. But I do think there's concerns that need to be addressed in this process, either on this floor or as this bill, perhaps if it moves forward in the legislative process. I'll close, Mr. President, because I believe today, just as we pledged allegiance to our flag in Georgia, and the principles on which it stands of wisdom, justice, moderation, and courage. I believe we as a body need some more time. Need to stop and tap the brakes and think, are we really acting with wisdom in passing sports betting? My son, when he was a freshman in college a couple years ago, had a young man as his roommate step in, 18-year-old man, 18-year-old young fella from a very modest family in a state where sports betting is easily accessible. And as an 18-year-old young man, he was full-on addicted to sports betting the day he set foot in college. The idea that we're going to make this accessible only to 21-year-olds is a fiction that bears no, I don't think it's going to bear out in reality. There will be an ability to get to this for people. And honestly, when you look at what's happened across the country in the 30-plus states that have sports betting, the business model that makes this work, the $125 million we're proposing to raise from this isn't raised by people dropping a wager on the Super Bowl once a year. For the business model to work, it depends on gambling addiction. Regulars who day in, day out, week in, week out are placing these bets and becomes a scourge in their life. I think back when I was a 12-year-old paper boy on the 219 bypass in my hometown. I saw a gentleman walk in a convenience store in a coin-operated video game with a $623 paycheck, and I sat there and watched him over the course of an hour put his entire 2-week paycheck into a machine. No COAM was available back then. We're not having that conversation today, but today we're talking about sports betting. The attraction of this and the addiction to betting is the same in sports betting as it is in other media. I see it harm lives. I think we need to proceed with great caution. And if we're going to act on this today, Mr. President, I think we need to make those two corrections, to not let those who run the enterprise be the house, which I think has a greater corrupting value even than betting. And then lastly, let's not create a two-tier system of justice where regular folks who are subject to serious misdemeanor treatment and fines be subject to criminal responsibility when we have specifically avoided criminal responsibility for those who run these sprawling enterprises. I say this with some reluctance, but in respect to those in Georgia who care deeply about this issue, and I want this body to continue to be the deliberative body, I offer those to my fellow members. I urge you, let's tap the brakes. Let's take our time on this, and let's act with wisdom, justice, moderation, and courage. Let's vote our conscience on this. Thank you, Mr. President.
The senator has yielded the well. Recognize the senator from the 6th.
Colleagues, good morning. I stand here in support of SB 386 as is, with no amendments. And I say that as someone who does not bet on sports at all, but recognizes that there are many people across this state and across this country that do each and every day. In fact, last week I was at an event with my kids, and I noticed some folks in front of me placing some bets right here in Atlanta, right here in Georgia, on some football games that were happening that weekend. And then I went home that night, turned on SportsCenter, and watch a 5 to 10 minute segment on the lines and the spreads. Y'all, sports betting is happening. Sports betting is happening whether we do something today to legalize it or not. But what we have the opportunity to do, though, is to join 39, let me repeat that, 39 other states that have brought this industry into the light, have regulated it, and are getting revenue from it. I've constantly reminded each and every one of you about the needs that our citizens have in this state, particularly around education. Y'all know that we need to invest in early learning and that we need to invest to ensure more children, ensure that every child has the opportunity to pay for college. The revenue generated from this bill will give us more opportunities to do that. Further, and to me just as important, this bill requires the lottery to spend down some of its massive reserves, which to me is an important piece to helping fund seats for roughly 3,000 pre-K students that are on wait lists across the state, and to many of those students who need college completion grants to pay for college. This bill also has language that tethers licenses to certain sports organizations, to the teams. And in my opinion, this language is important to level the playing field that has given advantages to teams in other states that have legalized sports betting already. Again, 39 other states. It allows us to tie these licenses to key investments like Augusta National, like Atlanta Motor Speedway, like the Battery, like State Farm Arena and the Gulch. It allows us to tie these licenses to support economic development and investment, significant investment that has occurred across this state. And y'all, this is in line with what states have done across the country, whether we're talking about Kentucky or Massachusetts. Georgia must do what it can in this bill to support those organizations that have invested heavily in us. And I understand the concerns from my good friend from the 56th. I understand that there are concerns about ethics in sports, but those concerns have been around for many years, and they're primarily, almost exclusively tied to players. And for many of the most famous examples, those occurred prior to states regulating this industry. There are no examples of teams rigging the system to gain more profit. In fact, when you carry that logic out, it doesn't make much sense for teams to do that. What this bill would also do, and we've seen examples of this, by regulating it, it would allow these sports betting companies to catch the players that are actually doing this illegally in other states. Many of the examples we have today of players betting on sports have been caught from by the very companies that are engaged in it. Further, the constitutional amendment is not necessary for this particular bill. And while I am someone that supports a constitutional amendment overall, and certainly believe that we should consider and be open to one as it relates to casino gambling, I don't necessarily think and don't believe that we should be muddying the water by adding it to this bill. So colleagues, let's not continue to miss this opportunity to bring this industry to light and to leverage this revenue. It's one of this issue is one of those issues that is frustrating because there are so many of us who agree generally about it, but year after year, we've seen it get stuck. And ultimately, it's not the folks in this room that lose. It's everyday Georgians. It's the people who are looking for revenue, looking for resources to get more seats for pre-K. The college student, the technical school student that is looking for extra funds to complete their education. And we have the opportunity today to help bring more resources for those hardworking Georgians. With that, colleagues, I urge you to support this bill as is without any amendment. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the well.
Senators yielded the well. Recognize the senator from the second.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, we had a lot of conversation this morning about sports betting, constitutional amendment, what's required and what's not. But you know what we didn't talk about, Mr. President? We didn't talk about the kids that are on the lottery for pre-K. I heard the senator from the 37 talk about what was morally right. Well, he and I served together in the House. We've served together in the Senate. And at both times, kids have still been on the lottery to get pre-K. Still on the lottery. We've passed the budget, still didn't fully fund pre-K. Well, we know that the earlier a child is in education, the earlier they'll learn how to read, the better chance they have for success. So we want to kick the can down the road and say we need just a little bit more time. Well, after a while, time's going to run out. And we won't have enough time to keep saying we just need a little bit more time. Because colleagues in the minority party, when we ask for more time on other legislation, we're always told we got to get it done today. But when it's convenient for folks to ask for us to slow it down now, because kids are on the lottery for pre-K right now, and I promise you, without this bill, those kids won't come off the lottery for pre-K. So if you're serious about education and opportunity, you be serious about this bill so kids will have an opportunity. Because that's what we're talking about in this bill, is opportunity. Now there's what's the sports teams gonna do, what's this gonna look like, what's that, the tax rate, this, that. But we're not talking about the kids. That's what I'm most important about. Because if we were serious about it, the gentleman from the 4th had a bill to work on literacy, to address dyslexia. We'd get serious about the kids in this state who's sitting at home because they might not get a chance to be on the lottery. So we're talking about what we voted on in 1992 on a constitutional amendment. I'm certain if we could just look back through the history book and the lens of time, we probably would say we wouldn't be voting to put kids on a lottery by creating the lottery. But Mr. President, my colleagues have come with all type of things. All I'm asking you to do is support kids today. I believe that you believe that all kids should have an opportunity to go to pre-K. That's something the majority party and the minority party agree on, that kids need education. Pre-K is a vehicle to do it. We're talking about health care and all these other things, and we just need a little more time. Well, colleagues, we could also do something with Medicaid, too. But where are we at on that? Is that going to take us a little more time? Are we going to wait for folks to get bad prognoses from doctors? Or are we going to just keep giving it a little more time? Well, we know the time is filled with swift transition. And sometimes you got to hold on to things eternal, but time is running out on this. Because every day that goes by, another school year starts, another kid is sitting at the house. Now, I work with a senator from the 4th very closely, and he and I had the same conversation about students on pre-K. He asked his superintendent, and I asked mine in the urban community. He asked his superintendent in the rural community. I said, what happens with those kids if they don't get in on pre-K? He said, they just go back to the house. They just sit there at the house. We can work out semantics, and if legislation goes through the legal system, whatever that may be, we'll work that out. We've come up here and tell you about other things, and you still pass it too. But it just is funny and mighty convenient, Mr. President. We pick and choose what we want to slow down and what we want to speed up. And so all I'm asking you to do is do the right thing by kids in this state. A vote for this bill is a vote for kids. And if you want to talk about gambling and you're concerned about addictions, I have not seen a bill since I've been in the Georgia General Assembly to repeal the lottery. I have not seen a bill since I've been in the Georgia General Assembly come to the floor to repeal the Hope Scholarship. I've never seen a bill. But we get on our moral high horses, colleagues, and we pick and choose what we want to do and when we want to do it and how we want to do it. And if we were serious about it, then guess what? There wouldn't be a Georgia Lottery Commission. If we were serious about it, there wouldn't be reserves sitting in the billions in the Lottery Commission. If we were serious about it, we would have already done something. We're not serious about it. You just want to slow it down. Because if you were serious about it, we wouldn't be here talking about it today. So with that, Mr. President, I ask colleagues for your favorable consideration. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the will.
I really like my senator from Savannah. I recognize the senator from the 13th. It's a hard act to follow.
Let me see if I can follow that. Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, we are gathered here today to honor or not honor this bill. I'm going to tell you why I'm going to vote for this bill. I'm going to tell you exactly why I'm going to vote for this bill. I want you to stay with me on this because I think it's short, sweet, and perfect. And I want to thank the senator up there from 37 for what he said. I think voting for this bill will once and finally put it to rest that we need a CA to stop doing what we're trying to do if we can't do it the right way. Having said that, I believe the people in Georgia are smart enough to decide whether they want to remove the gaming or gambling prohibition on our Constitution. And we need to let the people of Georgia vote when it's a CA of this nature. And if that's the case, and if so this bill gets tied up in the courts, if this bill can't go through, then it's going to set the stage for a CA that we need to work and quit trying our best to sneak things under things if it's not going to work. I will not debate the philosophical part of it. I'm not going to talk about the money aspect, where the money goes, because it always kills CAs. Always kills them. I've been back researched them. The reality of things is simply this. People will find a way to bet on things or gamble on things if their moral compass leads them to do such. I personally do not bet on sports betting. I didn't even know how to bet on sports betting. But I dang sure bet on the stock market. And I call that gambling at its finest. Because I can tell you I can lose something so fast today, it'll make your head spin. I look back and I say, what an idiot I was to buy that stock. And we call that legalized gambling, ladies and gentlemen. Legalized gambling. And I bet you there's not one or two of you in here maybe that hadn't bought stock before. And I hate this hypocritical part of it when people say, I don't believe in gambling, but all your grandchildren and your children use the Hope Scholarship. Every one of them use it. You know, the bottom line of it is what you want to call it. You can label it. We can come up with names. You can come up with fancy ideas. It doesn't matter to me. But the point is, let's get something done, get it done right, move this thing down, because I have no doubt in my mind it'll be challenged. Have no doubt in my mind. And if I get all my lawyer friends in this room here together, I can just about guarantee you every one of them will come up with a different answer. Every one of them will come up with a different way of saying, I can defend this or I can beat this. Every one of them can. They're trained to do so. They're brilliant. They know how to do it. So you know it's going to be challenged. So having said that here's the issue, folks. Here's the issue. Let's let people vote and decide what they want in Georgia when it comes to something of this nature. Just like we let them vote that they wanted a lottery. And the lottery has been super successful. My children used it. I'm proud of it. I hope their grandchildren to be able to use it. I am tickled to death the lottery is funded the way it is. I don't know about the money and all the good stuff that we need to be moving more money out of it, but the reality of it is this, folks. Put lipstick on a pig, he's still a pig. Let's quit trying to hide behind it. Let's move it forward. Let's get something done here and go forward with what we got to do to make it right. Mr. President, I yield well.
Senator, do you want to speak again on your amendment, or? All right.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do want to make a quick correction. I'm going to support both amendments and the bill, no matter how that comes out, because it's a priority for our President's body and the Senator from the 45th in earnest to work as it goes across the hall to the House of Representatives to clarify and make sure we have those ethical boundaries that I think will give everybody more confidence. I do want to make a quick clarification, though. This is not a new topic, Senator from the 21st. It is something that we have brought up with the industry over and over again, have talked to them over the hall, and in fact, the Regulated Industries Committee, chaired by the Senator from 46, where bills are thoroughly vetted, this has been brought up many, many times. So, no, this is not new. No, this is not today. This has been going on for some time, and I hope we can come together and continue to perfect it as it goes through the process. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
All right. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? All right, Senator from the 45th, is there any objection to calling the question of the underlying bill? Without objection, I'll recognize the author of the bill for the Senator from the 45th to close debate.
Thank you, Mr. President, and also grateful that I did not have to follow my good friend from the second. Very passionate speech we got from him there. But no, Senate colleagues, I'm opposed to amendment number 1. I ask that you vote it down. There's no need for this amendment. All the funding from this bill will go to the Georgia Lottery. It will go to fund pre-K. It will go to fund HOPE, the Zell Miller Scholarship, and it helps education. As the education chairman in the Senate, there's a great need for that. There's more need for pre-K. There's more need for infrastructure for pre-K than there ever has been. And also, as you open the door for a constitutional amendment, then you're opening the door potentially for casinos. And this bill does none of that. It's purely a sports betting bill, and all the funding goes to pre-K and goes to the HOPE Scholarship. Also, ask you to vote down amendment number 2. Also there, is the massive respect that I have from the senator from the 56th. There's no need for this amendment as well. Within the body of the language, it clearly spells out the prohibited folks and companies and coaches and players and company owners that are prohibited from betting. So you've got those regulations already set up in the bill. And then also, to go further from that, the teams also regulate themselves very stringently in keeping sports betting and the teams very separated. So there's no need for either amendment. I ask that you vote down both amendments, and I ask for your favorable consideration for Senate Bill 386. With that, Mr. President, I yield the will.
Okay, so we're in the posture now of moving on, closed debate, and we're going to move on to the amendments. On amendment number 1 from the senator from the 46, is there objection to amendment number 1? Got an objection. All right. Let's do yeas and nays. All those in favor of amendment number 1 signify by rise, stand, and be counted. In favor of amendment number 1, rise, stand, and be counted. Reverse. It was. It's clear. All right. Amendment 1 does pass. I actually do it again. Hold on. All those in favor of amendment 1, rise, stand, and be counted. I think I had it right the first time. You're right. All right. On the passes, the yeas are 34, the nays are 7 on that. All right, on amendment number 2, is there objection to amendment number 2? Objection to amendment number 2. I'm going to make it easy on you, Mr. Secretary. All those in favor of amendment number 2 will vote yea. All the opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the adoption of amendment number 2, the yeas are 10, the nays are 39, and this amendment has failed. The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute as amended. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute as amended? Hearing none, the committee substitute as amended is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of the bill vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the adoption of the bill, the yeas are 35 and the nays are 15. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Recognize the majority leader. Secretary, read the caption.
House Resolution 978, a resolution by Representative Administration of the 104th, a resolution relative to meetings and adjournments of the General Assembly and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the majority leader. Speak to the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I bring before you a modification to the adjournment resolution. As you all know, we lost a good friend this week. The Rules Chairman passed away, and the services will be held on Monday this coming week, which was scheduled to be our legislative day. And so the House and many of the members in the Senate want to go and attend the services on Monday, so we will swap Monday for Friday, February 16th. So we will be working on Friday, February 16th. Originally, we were going to be off that day. So we just swapped those 2 days in order to allow many of us to attend the services for Richard Smith. And the good news is we will continue to stay on track to be sine die on March 28th, which will be Thursday before Good Friday and Easter weekend. Mr. President, I yield the will.
Thank you, Leader. Questions on adoption of the resolution. All those in favor of the adjournment resolution will vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the adoption resolution, the yeas are 51, the nays are 0. The resolution having received the requisite constitutional majority is therefore adopted. Recognize the majority leader for a motion.
I ask for unanimous consent. We transmit House Resolution 978 back to the House.
Is there objection? Without objection, it's immediately transferred back. All right, last thing on the rules calendar today. Senate Bill 333. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 333 by Senator Dixon of the 45th and others. A bill to be entitled an act to incorporate the city of Mulberry, to provide a charter, to provide a legislative findings, to provide for boundaries and powers of the city, to provide for a governing authority of such city, and for other purposes. The Senate Committee on SLOGO recommends that this do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Ginn of the 47th District Chairman. The SLOGO Committee offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 333. A bill to be entitled an act to incorporate the city of Mulberry, to provide for a charter, to provide for legislative findings, to provide for boundaries and powers of the city, to provide for a governing authority of such city and the powers, duties, authority, election terms, term limits, vacancies, compensation, and other purposes. Additionally, a minority report has been filed. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the 45th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate colleagues, I bring before you today SB 333. This proposal would be the proposal to create a city in northeastern Gwinnett County that would border Hall County and the town of Brazelton to the north. It would border Barrow County to the east, and it would be just north of the city of Decula to its south. It's all unincorporated Gwinnett County, and the residents, as far as the size of the city, it's about 41,000 residents. And the reason for the outcry from the citizens in this area to create a city is simply for more local control. In the area, there's a commissioner in the area that has taken it initiative and a policy to vote against new apartment zonings, new high-density residential zonings in the area, because there's already 14,000 apartments in this district, District 4 in Gwinnett County. And there's infrastructure issues, and that's part of the other reason that he's trying to slow down some of these higher density zonings. You've got mainly dealing with traffic, especially around the 85 and Hamilton Mill area, gets very congested. And in doing so, commissioners in Gwinnett County that don't represent this area are outvoting him on measures that he's tried to vote down in approving these high density residential and commercial zonings. And the residents in the area have come to myself and leader registration in the House, who are the only folks the only legislators that represent this area. The city of Mulberry would all be just in my Senate district, and they've come to us asking us what could be done. And through discussions with them, we've had 3 town halls. We also had a phone town hall. Was the emergence of asking for a city to be created for more local control, and within that city. It would be 5 elected council members, and they would have districts, so they would not be at large, and they would represent anywhere from 7,000 to 9,000 people. Currently, district commissioners in Gwinnett County represent right at 250,000 people, which is larger than our Senate districts. And if you start talking about as far as local governance in your counties, that's a lot of folks to have to govern over when you have all those different areas that commissioners have to govern over. And in that as well, the mayor would be elected by those 5 city council members. There was a feasibility study done, and what came back, the revenue, and I would also like to state before I get into the numbers, there would be no property tax increase, no property tax levied for the city. Now, the property tax that's currently paid to Gwinnett County, that would not change. That would still be paid to Gwinnett County. But the services that would be provided for the city, there would be 3 services which is required by the Constitution. They would govern over land use zonings, they would govern over stormwater, and they would also govern over code enforcement as well. But with the income that would come into the city through existing revenue that's already paid to the county, most of it would come from ad valorem tax, insurance premiums, and then business licenses, taxes as well. And also the stormwater runoff, the service that would be provided by the city, would be a generator of income for the city as well. The feasibility study that came back that stated that the estimated revenue that would come into the city was $9.4 million, and the expenditures would be right at $7.9 million. So there would be a surplus of almost $1.5 million for the city. And I know there's been a letter from the county, of course, opposing it, worried about revenue that would be lost to the county. I believe they estimated about $9 million. The problem with that is you don't know exactly the revenue lost yet, because there will be once, or if the citizens vote the city in and the city's created and the council members and the mayor are elected, there would be a service agreement between the city and the county. And at that point, they would be negotiated on cost sharing and revenue that would be paid back to the county for public safety, dealing with fire and EMS, and also road infrastructure. So some of that $9 million would be paid back to Gwinnett County. But then if you also look at Gwinnett County's overall budget is $2.5 billion. So when you're talking about $2.5 billion, you're talking about $9 million. It's less than 1%. It's like 0.34% of the total budget of Gwinnett County. So as far as a major impact to the entire county, I just don't see where there's any merit for that at all. But with that, Mr. President, be happy to answer any questions, or I'll yield the well.
You have a question, Senator. Senator from the 9th.
Senator, do you yield?
Yes, I do.
Is there a reason why this bill was not presented as local legislation under our normal process in the delegation?
I mean, simply, this bill could be run as a general bill or a local bill. Under our rules, it doesn't matter which way it's run.
Okay. Is it not true it was really because the majority party was not confident that the local delegation in Gwinnett County as a whole, because it would affect us all, would be in favor of this bill?
I'd start by saying that I disagree that it affects all of Gwinnett County. It only resides in my Senate district. It touches no other Senate district. And as far as the effects of Gwinnett County, like I spoke to earlier, when you've got a $2.5 billion budget, you're talking about $9 million at the most, which are probably far less than that, would be, like I said, even at $9 million, it's 0.34% of the total budget for Gwinnett County. So I don't see where it's affecting the entire county. These residents do not feel represented, and they want representation. And as their representative down here under the Gold Dome, I want to give them that. And as far as the way the bill's run, actually, I would argue that running it as a general bill actually gives it more of a vetting process.
Okay. Senator, do you yield?
I do. Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
You stated that we just don't know. You keep saying that we don't know how it affects Gwinnett County, and it's only your area, and it's not going to affect anybody else in the county. Yet, we still don't know the revenue loss because the county has not done their own feasibility study to know what revenue loss is. So please, can you explain why you keep reiterating
Sure, yeah.
that?
So, well, actually, per the feasibility study, we've got a number of $9.4 million. Estimate from Gwinnett County was $9 million. And typically, when a city is created, as far as any kind of service agreement or those final numbers would not be determined unless the city's created, which would have to go on a referendum and voted by those folks. So, I mean, we are following a normal process. Yeah, the numbers are probably not exact, but even if you raise those a little bit here or there or lower it, it's still a minuscule amount of money compared to what the overall budget is for Gwinnett County.
But it's true, we don't quite know that yet because the county has not made.
I'm sorry, would you restate?
We still don't know if there's going to be any type of real impact. We don't have real numbers on the impact of revenue loss.
Yeah,
because the county has not done their piece to. I understand we can negotiate after the service delivery. Got it.
Yeah,
the
they
county.
can't do their piece until all of that is done, which is when Peachtree Corners was formed and many other cities were formed. They followed that same process. But the estimates, I would argue that they are close, and I would argue that those numbers probably will go down because the city's going to be paying their share, so it'll be less of an impact as even what's in these statements.
All right. Senator, do you yield?
I do.
Now, you keep saying that residents don't have representation on the county board. That's kind of how this is coming about. But is it not true that you get representation on your county boards via elections, and you must win elections to have that representation? So I'm really confused. And is it not true that that body, our Gwinnett County Board, has been elected by the people, the majority?
What I would say is the district commissioner was elected by the majority of folks in District 4 and represent these 41,000 people, and their voices are not being heard because of zonings that are coming up that they do not want are being voted on by commissioners that do not represent that area, and they're imposing their will on this area, and that's the outcry that's become the reason for the formation of this city.
So it is true that the majority of the board, Democrats, one Republican.
That has nothing to do with party politics.
Well, they are along party lines. Last I checked on that board. So we have 4 Democrats, 1 Republican. 1 Republican is being outvoted. We have 4 Democrats that represent that area.
No, you don't.
Is it not true?
That is not
we
true.
have 4 Democrats that represent that area that was elected by the people.
That is not true. Those Democrats they were not elected by these people that live in the proposed city of Mulberry.
But is it not true they were elected by the majority?
Not the majority of the folks in this district. They were elected in another district, not in this area of the county. They do not represent these people, and they're imposing their will on folks that did not vote for those commissioners. So, no, you're wrong.
Even though the majority in Gwinnett County.
No, you're wrong. They do not. They do not represent the people of Mulberry. Their districts are in other parts of Gwinnett County, and they're imposing their will on this district.
Senators, remember the rules and parliamentary procedures of the body.
Is it not true? Senator, do you yield?
I'll yield for one more question.
Is it not true that the majority of Gwinnett County and the commissioners that sit on those seats are Democrats, and they were elected to represent the county? Is that not true?
The 3 other district commissioners were not elected to represent District 4. So, no, that is not true.
Senator, you have a few more questions. Senator from the 5th, but you can always yield.
Senator Will, for a question.
Yes.
Is it not true that creation of the city of Mulberry would mean the presence of more government of Gwinnett County's families' life? What does the senator hope to accomplish by making the government bigger?
So, I would argue that we're not making the government bigger. We're actually creating more local control and better representation for the city or the proposed city area. Currently, you've got commissioners that represent 250,000 people, and they have a lot of areas that they have governance over. And as far as effective governance at the local level, having to represent people that are a district that's bigger than my Senate district or your Senate district is not effective local representation, which has been proven in this area. With the creation of the city, we would have representation. The council members would represent anywhere from 7 to 9,000 residents, which would be more local representation, which is, I would argue, would be the intent for local government when you're dealing with city and county government.
Well, Senator, I think we have 15 cities, and we have, I guess, over somewhere between 500 to 600 cities. I guess, anyway, not necessarily more cities is good. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Recognize the senator from the 48th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, do you yield for one question?
I do.
Of all of us in this room, and those of us that represent some portion of Gwinnett County, is it not true that only one member of the House and one member of this body represent the area being affected by this bill?
That is true.
Could the senator yield for one more small question on that?
I will, for my good friend from the 48.
Is it not true that the people asking for this have asked you to represent them with this bill, and that you are representing the will of the people that you represent?
That is true.
Thank you.
You still have a few more questions, Senator. I recognize Senator from the 56.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator yield?
I will.
Senator, someone brought up a point. Isn't it true that almost all the cities we have created in Georgia since the beginning of Sandy Springs, the most current one in modern history, through Milton and Johns Creek and Dunwoody and all the others, were actually passed through general legislation just like your bill today?
Senator knows of what he speaks.
And Senator, one further question. Isn't it further true that all those cities have been an extraordinary success from providing everything from public safety to roads to bridges to local control and having their communities have a bigger impact on their families?
Yeah, the senator is correct. And I would say in a lot of those counties that you were speaking of, or the few counties you were speaking of, those cities are the bright spots in those counties.
Senator from 56. Senator from 56. Senator from the 7th. Where are you? 7th.
Does the senator yield?
I do.
Is it not true that every presently existing municipality in Gwinnett County levies a property tax? How can Gwinnett County be expected to take on the administrative challenge of incorporating a new city that is so distinctive in structure without causing significant administrative challenges?
Not every city levies property tax. The county does, but Peachtree Corners does not have a property tax that's levied.
Okay, thank you.
Recognize Senator from the 43rd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does this gentleman yield?
Yes, I do.
Is it not true that their delegations are created because of the size of counties?
Delegations, legislative delegations are created.
Delegations.
Right. Yeah, they are created for all the senators and representatives that represent those counties.
Correct. Does the gentleman further yield?
I do.
You mentioned that after the gentleman from the 56 made his point that the areas that were newly created, newly formed cities were the brighter spots. Could you expound on that?
Well, I would, not speaking to any one city in particular, but, a lot of cities, like the city of Lawrenceville, my home city, where I grew up, they've done a great job on infrastructure, creating a live, work, and play environment through their zoning process and through, their code enforcement process.
Does the gentleman further yield?
I do.
Is it not true that in order to be professional and courteous, that it is only proper to include the entire delegation in matters when you're talking about creating brighter cities?
The entire delegation, this has been run as a general bill, so I mean it's open for the entire delegation debate.
No. When it's a general bill, the delegation has not had input.
I disagree. They have. We've gone through the full committee process. We've vetted this bill. They've had just as much input as anyone.
Last question, if you will yield.
I do.
Is it not true that when the tables turn and majorities are no longer the majority and the minority is the majority, cities are created to pull away from counties that are now minority majority?
I completely disagree with that. Cities are created for a number of reasons. The city's not being created because of partisan politics. There's, like I said earlier in my statements, there's a lack of representation dealing with zoning matters, and 41,000 of the residents that I represent, no other senator in this body represents, are asking for for more local control, and I'm trying to give them just that. And then furthermore, it would go on to a referendum for them to vote whether the city's created or not.
Thank you.
With that, Mr. President, I'll yield the well.
Recognize the senator from the 9th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to address some of the things that the senator from the 45th said about a couple of things. You have a resolution on your desk that was signed by and introduced by our Gwinnett County Board of Commission. This particular resolution was passed unanimously by that Board of Commission, including the 5th member that is a Republican. Now, the senator from the 45th has told us that he is their sole representation. He kept saying that. We got 4 Democrats and 1 Republican on that body. And he's saying that that commissioner is being outvoted because his voice is not being heard, and therefore the residents are not getting representation. Yet, that same commissioner introduced and voted for a resolution that is against this city. They have reservations about this cityhood bill, Buckhead City, Gwinnett. So please help me understand, if that particular commissioner was so for this proposal, why is he now introducing a resolution saying he has reservations? Yet he speaks for the people in this area. Also, it's been said that this proposal has been supported by the majority in the area affected, that they wanted this. But let's be clear, this issue is a zoning issue. What the residents were asking, because they didn't want apartments coming in, and as we see, as cities or as counties are growing, we're having to build more housing at a time where housing is limited, and we need to house folks. So now we have a zoning issue where we're trying to build more density in housing, and we're seeing this pattern of, I don't want it in my backyard. I don't want those people coming in my backyard. I want to create a boundary of my own and consolidate all my affluency, and I want to keep certain people out. And true enough, there were Democrats and Republicans in the affected area that had a problem with the zoning. They not once asked for a city bill. They asked our legislators for zoning. Can you help us with the density? Incidentally, this same commissioner who now has the resolution, when the zoning hearing came about for this density location that we're referring to, he was upset. So he went running to his legislators, his Republican colleagues, and that's how we got to this City of Mulberry bill. But now he's backtracked and had to change the heart. So I don't know if maybe he thought there might be a conflict somewhere and he didn't want to put himself in the middle of it. Now back to those who are in favor in this area. The Northeast Gwinnett Neighborhood Coalition and the Hamilton Mill HOA were the ones who had a problem with the zoning. They were supportive of the press conference that the senator from the 45th had along with Representative F. Stration over in the House. And that particular press conference was supposed to be about zoning and their opposition to zoning. Now, I'm just going to read to you guys what the Northeast Gwinnett Neighborhood Coalition and the Hamilton Mill HOA actually said. This press conference was called for the purpose of giving our elected officials a forum to announce their support or opposition of the proposed rezoning at Hamilton Mill and Sardis Church Road. Representative Efstration will share his idea of creating a city in North Gwinnett with the aim of providing area residents with more protection in local zoning issues. While we believe that it is certainly worth serious consideration, at this time our official stance of the NGNC and the Hamilton Mill HOA is that we currently are not taking a position on cityhood issues. Representative Efstration's announcement is wholly separate from the focus of the NGNC and the Hamilton Mill HOA, whose sole aim was just to defeat rezoning. While any proposal of cityhood arises questions far outnumber our answers, and a lot of research must be done before either group can fairly endorse or reject a cityhood bill. So now it looks like we just got rogue legislators that want to make a city, but haven't really consulted the residents there. And I understood they had public comment back in November, but there's been no public comment by these residents since we've dropped this charter. Now, I'm not against the will of the people and having amendments or creating referendums for people to decide on if they want a cityhood bill, and this is what this legislation does. It creates a referendum. But if we're going to deliver a referendum, let's deliver one that's fully vetted. Let's deliver one that they actually did ask for. Residents' problem was zoning. They didn't ask for a Buckhead City, Gwinnett. They said, help us with zoning. This bill has been rushed through. As been said before, we rush things through really quick when we want to, and we slow things down when we really want to. It normally takes 2 years to fully vet and flesh out a good plan for a cityhood. It was rushed through so much they didn't even follow regular procedure for local legislation, but we know they were trying to get around us, the local delegation for local legislation. It was so rushed that the first version of the bill was improperly committed out of committee. Mistake, according to Senate rules. So what else is wrong? This is what happens when we rush things. And we see the pattern, we keep seeing this pattern where we're circumventing our local delegation because we don't like the configuration of maybe our local Gwinnett County, our county bodies. You know how you get representation in your county commissioners? You win elections. We have a local delegation that we're all supposed to work together that is for the good of the entire county and not just one piece of the county. We're supposed to work together. Not once did the senator from the 45th come to me, the Senate delegation chair, and talk to me about this particular bill. Not once. Would have liked to hear about it. I probably would have had some more questions. But that wasn't done because we see the same pattern happening. And in our view, the majority delegation thinks there are some valid concerns, and they will have lasting repercussions on the citizens of Gwinnett County. And anything we do in that county, we're in a 17th city, will have an effect on the county as a whole. Most of Gwinnett County is 2/3 unincorporated. My people don't want to pay for a city or anything to do with the city. There may be potential adverse effects on the county's economy. Again, we don't know. County hasn't had adequate time to do their own feasibility study. And a rush through proposal like this will affect all residents, not just the residents in the area affected. And I'm not really sure all of those residents in Mulberry fully understand the referendum we're presenting here and what the repercussions will be. I've already gone over Gwinnett County Chairwoman and the board. They have that resolution calling for a more careful consideration from the county. This was from the County Board of Commission, and that this particular cityhood and affected areas should not be taken lightly. Commissioner Holcamp, after first being voted out on this zoning issue, ran to his Republican colleagues, as I said, in the legislature out of frustration. Got it. Not being heard. Hey, citizens are not being heard. But now he seems to be having a change of heart. Why is that? Y'all have the resolution sitting on your desk. And to be clear, we have this bill because of zoning, because of NIMBYism, because we don't want any apartments, we don't want density and certain types of diversity moving into this area. Yet how are you going to attract businesses and growth to make this city even function if you're not allowing the possibility of growth that you're going to need and the possibility of housing that you're going to need to sustain a city? And I get it. The proposal to form a new city people are frustrated. Got it. Zoning, traffic, apartment developments. However, creating a new city will not automatically resolve these issues. The lack of public town halls or opportunities for comment since the release of the feasibility study, and the charter raises questions about the transparency in the decision-making process and contradicts the call for less government and bureaucracy from Republican colleagues. So we're going to build more government. More government, man. We're in a 17th city to solve a zoning problem. And because we think more local control is better for the residents. There are also some legal implications of the proposal. It's called a city light. That's when you're offering limited services. And we actually did this body actually did it, if I can find it. It was a Senate committee report on the concept of city light proposals. And that concept was ruled unconstitutional. The proposed city of Mulberry does not meet the threshold according to what we did as a study committee, or the requirements that should pass constitutionality. And their recommendations out of this report was a few things. Codify a feasibility study, further study the township and concept, and further study a township or village concept, clarify any annexation, create and adopt a new service delivery agreement before the end of the transitional period. And the transitional period is actually supposed to be every biennial. Again, this bill is being rushed. And I don't see how creating a limited municipality is going to help with less government. We're rushing to a decision without adequate time for negotiations on SPLOS, which this city will need if you're going to build out roads, and service delivery. We still don't have the numbers on that. Yes, they're going to do it, and yes, they can negotiate after. But SPLOS service delivery can have profound and negative impacts on the ability of both the city and the county to provide essential services to their citizens. At least having some time allowing for a feasibility study to be done by Gwinnett County so voters of the entire county can be informed before deciding on Mulberry's incorporation. Line 39, you know, they keep saying there's no property taxes. Where the property taxes are going to be levied by the county. But if we're only having limited services, revenue has to be created from somewhere. And I get that Mulberry is trying to model itself after Peachtree Corners, but that's without evidence of similar economic development strategies that Peachtree Corners actually has, meaning they have businesses to pull revenue from. They've attracted businesses. They have a technology parkway. They can pull money for a sustainable city there. Where's Mulberry's businesses? How are you going to attract more revenue? What if the city doesn't generate enough money? Which brings to my next thing, no millage rate. Got it, we're not charging a millage rate. But as we've seen with other cityhood bills, we've seen them have to go back on that and go up on millage rates or even charge a millage rate. And for the city of Mulberry, they're going to have to come back to this body to ask for a millage rate when the money might run short or services might run short, like we've seen in some other cities. And the two cities between what is proposed in Mulberry and Peachtree Corners they're two different cities. There's business opportunities in Peachtree Corners that allow it to be self-sufficient with revenue from businesses and operational licensors that we have no proof in a feasibility study that is present in the feasibility study of the city of Mulberry. And this lack, and what I think this bothers me the most, the lack of revenue that could result in increased fees, it could be increased fees for taxpayers. Are they going to get feed to death? What about those who aren't as affluent? We're going to start putting liens on their houses because they can't pay the fees in the city? Again, I'm not against the will of the people and them having the will, but if we're going to deliver a referendum, let's make sure that those affected by this area of Mulberry fully understand what they're voting on, have had proper public comment, that we slow the train down so that we get it right, that maybe we hear from some other Gwinnett County citizens, that we allow our county commissioners to do their own feasibility study so that we have real numbers. And not just the numbers from an unvetted feasibility study company. I think Carl Vinson used to do them, but now you have to get a private company. So I urge you to consider the potential consequences of SB 333 on Gwinnett County and its residents and those residents that will be affected by this area. Let's just take a pause. Let's try to get it right, and let's go through proper process and stop trying to get around our local delegation because you don't have numbers and you don't think your bill's going to get through. Okay. I ask for a no vote. Mr. President, I might take some questions.
Well, you have a few people wanting to ask you a few questions, Senator. Recognize Senator from 53rd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator yield?
Yes.
Are you aware that your argument has changed my opinion on the city of Mulberry from one that was against to one that is now in favor?
I appreciate the senator's input. Thank you. I'm surprised it's not a no, because you always vote no on everything.
I recognize the senator from the 51st.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator yield?
Yes.
Senator, have you ever voted for a new city in Georgia or an expansion of a city in Georgia?
Oh, did we have Buckhead? Are you including Buckhead City?
Any city. Can you remember a time that you voted at your desk for
An
creation?
expansion of a city?
Yes, ma'am.
No, sir. But this is my 4th year, and the only one I know of was the city of Buckhead, which I was a no.
So unless the record's incorrect, on 21, Senator Jen Jordan, a Democrat, brought forth a measure from the House. It was House Bill 445 that would increase the size of the city of South Fulton, excuse me, and it would annex the entire unincorporated area of Fulton County south of I-20. So everything below I-20 south would be incorporated into the city of South Fulton, and you voted for that bill. Can you tell us why you would vote for such an expansion of government? You spoke earlier about less government, smaller government. You sounded like a Republican for a moment, but I'm just curious if you could share your thoughts on why you would vote for that bill then and then be against this one today.
And honestly, I can't tell you I remember all the specifics of that bill, that vote. But Senator Jordan, I took her advice and her counsel on that bill and her reasons why, and that was probably my reason for voting yes, because I trusted what she was saying. Absolutely.
Senator from 46.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator yield?
Yes.
Am I correct that all of the senators and representatives that represent any of the territory for the city of Mulberry are in favor of this legislation?
There's only 2.
And the House members as well?
And I don't have the number on how many. More of the delegation on the House side that I'm aware of is not in favor of this bill. And more of the delegation of Gwinnett County is not in favor of this bill.
But you and I were both at our Gwinnett delegation meeting with the House when every single representative and every single senator that actually represents a citizen that's asking to have a vote to form a city supported it. And you don't represent these people. Am I right?
I represent Gwinnett County, including the 9th District, and anything, what's that? Yes, and I am the chair of the delegation. I represent Gwinnett County.
Yeah.
I am the chair of that delegation, yes, on the Senate side. And again, it might only be dealing with a certain group here, but I have to take into account all of my senators and how this would impact the county as a whole. And the reason why we couldn't introduce this bill as a local legislation and it had to be pulled back because the senator from the 45th thought, oh, well, it only deals with my political subdivision. But no, the political subdivision is Gwinnett County. That's all of us in the delegation.
Will the senator further yield?
Yes.
Well, am I right that all this does is allow these residents to vote, to express their own will whether they want to form a city, just like the other 16 cities, or 17, however many in Gwinnett County? It doesn't impose the city, it lets the people decide.
Okay. Senator, I have not heard, and I do not think there has been a public town hall since we have dropped the charter for this particular bill. So I don't know what they're in favor of. I know that I read to you that the citizens in that affected area, they want a solution to zoning. They never asked for a city.
Okay, thank you, Senator.
You have no more questions, Senator?
I yellow well.
Recognize the senator from the 47th.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I'll be a little briefer than my colleague from the 9th District. For me, everybody in here knows I have a long history in local government. I was a 2-time city manager and a 1-time county manager for about 20 years. I currently chair the State and Local Government Operations Committee here in the Senate. And for me, when my colleague and my seatmate, the senator from the 45th, came to me with this piece of legislation, I said, you know, he wanted to pass it as just a slow-go bill, not a general bill, and I advised him, I said, hey, this will impact other people in the county. And so we brought it back as a slow-go general bill, and we passed out a committee. It went through the process. It's come up to us to make a vote on. And one of the things that for me, when we look at this legislation, I'm going to tell you I'm wholeheartedly in favor of the senator from the 45th bill. And the reason being is because we all have a brain and we all have free will. And that's what we fight for in here every day. We fight for the independence of America. We fight for the independence of Georgians, and we fight for the independence of our folks at home. And for me, when I look at this legislation, I don't know, I'm going to pick on my colleague from the 45th. He did not mention the city of Mulberry's motto. And I'm not too good at Latin, but I'm going to put it in English. It's not for myself, but for others. There's 41,000 people that could be in the city of Mulberry. And the reason I say it could be is only if those people that live in the projected city decide they want to be. Now, one of the 2 cities that I managed was in Gwinnett County. I'm very familiar with the Gwinnett County politics. I'm very familiar with cityhood. I'm very familiar with what happens. And I'll be honest with you, when I managed the city of Sugar Hill, Georgia, if you looked across the state, it was probably the most dysfunctional local government in Georgia. Absolutely a chaotic mess. But you know, I watched the politics. Just before I went there, and they hired me as their city manager, there was an election. The new board that came in said, hey, we see you're good at fixing things. We want to protect our city. We want to have self-determination. And for that, said, I applaud those people in that city. Today, if you look at the city of Sugar Hill, it's one of the most thriving communities of all. Those people taught me a lesson. They taught me one important thing. They didn't want the people in Lawrenceville or from all over the county deciding what was going to be in their backyard. It was about local control. And there's only 3 things that this city can do. And the best part is, and I applaud my friend from the 9th District that said, hey, they may come back here and want taxes money in the future. But this bill prohibits them from collecting a dime in property tax. And for me, that's huge. What they want is ability to have local control. And for that, I hope that my colleagues in here will stand with me and the senator from the 45th to move this legislation forward and give these 41,000 projected citizens an opportunity to decide what they're going to do in their community. But I'll be glad to answer any questions that you have on the bill. It came through my committee. But I most importantly want to stress on you, give these people the opportunity for self-determination. Mr. President said I'll yield the well if there are no questions.
You do have a question, Senator?
Sure.
Senator from the 5th.
Sorry, I wanted to make
He waves. Are there any questions? Said let's please move these people forward.
You do have a question for the senator from 37th.
Jim and Neal.
Where are we at? Yes, sir.
As the gentleman from the 45th said, that right now there's 250,000 citizens per local government representative right now in their county commission. Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true that what's proposed now, instead of having 1 for 250,000, you'll have about 1 for 8,000 as it's proposed? Is that correct?
That's pretty close. You're pretty good at math there, Senator. I want to
if I count on fingers in the back of a napkin, that means you're going to have 30 times the representation. The attention that an elected official has per citizen will be 30 times what it is today. Isn't it true that's better representation?
Yes, sir. I'm glad you're in that engineering caucus and can do that complicated math.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate your support.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any
Yeah,
other
no-
questions, Mr. President?
No, sir, you don't. You
Yeah,
don't have
I
more
yield the well.
questions. Recognize the senator from the 7th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to speak in opposition to Senate Bill 333, the legislation proposing the creation of the city of Mulberry. To label this proposal as half-baked is an overstatement. What we have before us is not just a poorly conceived plan for a new city, it's a glaring example of hasty and irresponsible governance. Let's be clear. The creation of Mulberry is not a product of community desire or demonstrated need. It's a concept hastily thrown together without due diligence, originally supported by a county commissioner who represents the area, who has since expressed reservations. This proposal, masquerading as City Light, is not only constitutionally questionable, according to the Carl Vinson Institute, but it also threatens to siphon crucial funds from Gwinnett County citizens and could hurt the financial health of the entire county. We are talking about the potential largest city in Gwinnett in terms of land area and the second largest in population. And yet there is no concrete evidence that this is what the community needs or wants. The process for this cityhood move has been alarmingly rapid. We are talking about a timeline of less than 6 months from conception to its placement on the ballot. Let me repeat that again. We are talking about a timeline of less than 6 months from its conception to its placement on the ballot. Right now, HB 13 is currently under consideration in the House and would require a cityhood bill to take at least 2 years to navigate through the legislative process, not a couple of months. The feasibility study provided to us is riddled with uncertainties and relies on self-reported data, which even its authors cannot stand behind. This is not the foundation upon which we should build a new city. Moreover, the creation of Mulberry would trigger a premature renegotiation of the service delivery strategy, disrupting a system that has been planned and approved to meet the plans of Gwinnett's diverse and dynamic communities. This isn't merely about the creation of one city. It's about the potential for negative ripple effects that could impact all 16 cities throughout Gwinnett County and the county as a whole. The Gwinnett County Commission, again, including the Republican commissioner who first supported the idea and whose district this affects, has unanimously voiced concerns about the timing and implications of this proposal. They urge legislators to pause and reflect on the ramifications of our actions. Are we willing to overlook the unanimous voice of the bipartisan commission, the very representatives of the people that this decision will impact the most? This is not about being against the city of Mulberry. This is about ensuring that if we are to take such a significant step, it is done with thorough research, concrete facts, and a clear understanding of the long-term implications. We owe it to the nearly 1 million residents of Gwinnett County to get this right. I implore you, my fellow legislators, to vote against this bill. Let us send this proposal back to the drawing board. Let us ensure that if we create a new city, we do it right, with proper planning, analysis, and community input that it deserves. Let's not set up Mulberry for failure or embroil ourselves in legal battles over its constitutionality. The people of Gwinnett County deserve better than a hasty decision made for short-term political gain. Thank you so much. I yield. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from 5th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not here to come to speak about the Bill 333. I don't think I can say all I want to say. Not going to change one vote. But I just want to remind you, we talk about a certain portion of the Senate District 45th. We want to make sure the people have a right to vote in that particular area of the Gwinnett County. I just want to refresh memory to my colleagues, those who were here when I was elected. If you remember, when I got elected, there was a part of Norcross that within my Senate district, they wanted to annex certain portion of the area to become a part of North Coast City. And I tried my best. I just want to remind the Senator from the 45th that your predecessor would not even allow that bill to come to the floor or even vote. So I just want to make sure that, I just want to mention that people that live in my district, they're no less than live in your district or District 45th. All the Gwinnett folks, the residents, have the right to vote. But that the people that lived in my district, they did not have the opportunity to vote whether they want to be part of the city or not. I just want to remind you afresh, and that double standard we should not have in this Senate. Every citizen, every Georgian has a right to vote, and that vote was denied to my folks within my district. I just want to remind that. Thank you. Appreciate it. I yield the word.
Recognize the senator from the 52nd. Parliamentary inquiry.
I'd like to ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 49th for business outside the Capitol.
All right, without objection, senators excused. Senator from the 25th. What purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Do you think that if they had named this city Mayberry instead of Mulberry, we might could have got through with this a little bit quicker?
Senator.
Who could vote against Mayberry?
Senator, you'll have to ask whoever's in the well next, I guess. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Does the senator want to close debate? Recognize the senator from the 45th, and then after that, we will have a minority report. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just in closing, I would like the Senate body to know, or I'll restate it, that I am the only senator that represents this area that's affected. And then also, we did go through the correct processes. We went through 3 town halls through the month of November through December. We had huge community input. We also had created a website. And we've also did a mailer to all of those affected as well. So trying to make that community outreach and also trying to make sure that all the citizens that were affected were aware of the proposal. And we had huge turnouts at each one of the town halls. And we also had a phone town hall as well, which we had great participation in that as well. And overwhelming support from those folks that are interested in creating the city. And ultimately, at the end of the day, we're going to put this on a referendum. So the citizens get to decide. I'm not trying to impose anything. Y'all are not going to try to impose anything by voting green for this proposal to pass. The citizens are going to get to go to the ballot box and vote their destiny. And they've reached out to us, and I'm trying to do my job for my citizens in the 45th. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the will.
All right. We have a minority report. Secretary Senator Butler, would you like to speak to the minority report? Excuse me, Senator from the 55th. We're going. Senator from the 6th. Are you doing the minority report? Whoever's doing the minority report, just let me know so I can recognize you. You waved? Okay. All right. All right, Senator waves. We read the minority report. The Senate was waived to discuss it. I think it's been talked about today. So, does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objections to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of the bill vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 30, the nays are 18. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Recognize the senator from the 27th.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate agree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 26.
The senator has moved that the Senate agree to House substitute SB 26. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 26. A bill by Senator Dolezal of the 27th and others. A bill to be in town and act to amend Title 50 of the OCGA relating to state government so as to permit meetings and public hearings of development authorities and community improvement districts to be held by teleconference and for other purposes. The House offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 26. To amend Title 50 of the OCGA relating to state government so as to authorize the establishment of a statewide electric vehicle manufacturing program for the promotion of electric vehicle and component manufacturing in the state. To provide for purposes of such program, to provide for powers and duties of the department relative to such program. To establish a Georgia Electric Vehicle Manufacturing Commission and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 45th, for what purpose do you rise? Could you repeat that again, Senator?
Absolutely, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent for immediate transmittal of SB 333 to the House.
All right. The senator has asked for immediate transfer of the bill. We have an objection. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the motion, the yeas are 30, the nays are 15. However, this motion requires a 2/3 majority, so the motion. Excuse me, I apologize. So the motion does pass. 2:30. Just made it. 2/3 of 45. So it just made it. The motion passes. Moving on, I recognize the senator from the 27th to speak to his motion. Do what?
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I'll be brief. I bring to you Senate Bill 26. I believe that this passed unanimously last year. In its original form, this bill allowed development authorities and CIDs to meet virtually. If it was a public hearing, they had to allow public participation through the teleconference. In the House, they added some language as it relates to electric vehicles, and I'm going to let the governor's floor leader speak to that after I am done, because he is aware of that and actually had that as a separate bill that this was merged together with. The other thing that changed in the House is it added hospital authorities and board of trustees for the retirement system. So what we saw is we were allowing these virtual meetings as more and more entities wanted to get involved, and I'm certainly supportive of that. As we saw during COVID, it worked quite well. Mr. President, with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and if there are none, I'll yield the well.
Senators from the 19th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield?
I do.
Senator, I have some questions about part of the bill that was added on to you. But now, Section 1.2 had nothing to do with your underlying bill, correct?
That is correct.
So in Section 1.2, I do want to ask you some questions since it looks like we're about to make this into law. It looks like the department is allowed to create a program for the promotion of electric vehicle and component manufacturing. Do you have any idea what that program would cost? Is there a budget item with that?
I don't know the cost of that, and I would refer that question to the next to the senator from the 50th when he comes.
Would the senator further yield?
I will.
Is there any limitation on what that department could then do? I mean, promotion of electric vehicles. Do we have any type of paper or any type that says what that commission would be or that department would be limited to?
I'm not seeing that in here, but I would also refer that to the senator from the 50th.
Senator, would you yield for
I will.
further set of questions? I want to carry you over then to line 41. It says that that program in the department would be able to consider, evaluate, or make recommendations relating to servicing, sale, distribution of electric vehicles. Can you explain to me what lines 41 and 42 are meant to do?
Likewise on that, Mr. Chairman, I would refer that to the senator from the 50th.
Would you yield for
I do.
further questions? Senator, I want to carry you then now into lines 43 through 48. It looks like to me that that department that's created by lines 33 through 41 would then be able to contract with every agency in state government. Do you know why they'd be able to do that?
I don't know why. I do think that, though, is the crux of what they're asking for here. I can't speak to the why. I would refer that as well. to the
Senator, I'm sorry that I'm asking about this, but I just want to make sure that I understand it. If we were to give that one program the ability to contract with all these other departments, the DOT, Georgia Technology Authority, Georgia Environmental Finance, and then let me wait. Actually, after the comment says, or other instrumentalities of the state, would that clause after the comma essentially eat up the other four items? So where you think it's limited to this new department being only able to contract with DOT, State Tollway Authority, GTA, or GFA, does that clause after the comma on line 46 let that department then contract with anybody?
I would read that other instrumentalities of the state for the construction. I would read that in that way, yes.
Well, Senator, further yield?
I do.
Do we give that power to any other program or department in the state, but in the state of Georgia?
It's possible that we do. I can't think of one off the top of my head that we do. I'll refer that again to the senator from the 50th.
Senator, I want to ask one more question. I'm also in section 1-2. Flip over to lines 99 through 103. In lines, the way I read 99 through 103, the commissioner of the Department of Economic Development is authorized to promulgate rules and regulations necessary to administer and implement the provisions of this code. Is there any other individual that he has to answer to when he promulgates those rules?
I don't think in this piece of legislation there is, Senator. I actually have dropped a bill that was part of the red tape rollback package that would put some guardrails around rule promulgation and actually cause them to automatically expire. But if this were to pass without that, then I think that you're correct in what you're presenting.
Senator, yield for one more question.
will.
I want to be fair now, and this is, again, lawyerese here, but in line 103, there is a limitation that limits his promulgation of rules to the Administrative Procedures Act after they're published and have a comment period. But in the promulgation period, those do appear to me at least to still be unilateral. Would you agree?
You're referencing lines 102 and 103?
102 and 103.
I would agree with that, yes, Senator.
Okay. Senator, if I were to propose an amendment that dealt with Section 1.2, would anything in that amendment, first of all, has Section 1-2 come through any Senate committee that you know of and passed favorably?
No, this is coming over from the House as an agree, so that it did, and I'm not sure if this was added as I guess it wasn't a floor amendment in the House. They don't have such a thing, so I'm not sure how it was vetted in the House. But no, when this came back over to us, this is the first time we're taking up this action since we sent it over in its original form.
Final question for real this time. Senator, if I were to make an amendment, basically move to a motion to agree as amended, which would take precedence over your motion, striking the articles that I've mentioned to you, the lines I've mentioned, would it do anything at all to diminish the value of your underlying bill that's passed this body overwhelmingly?
Did you say would it diminish the value of the underline as it passed? No, I mean this was added in a separate section. Obviously, I think it would change what was added, but it would not change the underline section.
Thank you.
You have no more questions, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Recognize Senator from the 19th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate agree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 26 as amended by the Senate.
All right. That takes precedent. Secretary, read the amendment, please.
Senator Tillery of the 19th offers the following Amendment 1 to amend Senate Bill 26 by striking lines 33 through 47 and renumbering accordingly. Additionally, Senator Tillery of the 19th offers the following Amendment 1A to amend the Amendment 1 to Senate Bill 26 by adding the following on line 3 of Amendment 1, quote, and striking lines 99 through 101 and the period of investment on line 102. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the Senator from 19th speak to the amendment.
Thank you, members of the Senate. I know it's been a long day, and I'll try to be brief, and I don't know that I will be that brief on this one. The underlying bill that passed this body previously dealt with whether or not we could do video hearings, and that's important, specifically post-COVID. We want to allow certain agencies and other boards that are going to meet to do virtual meetings, and that's great. The bill that comes from the House has not yet made it through a Senate committee, and I think the reason that it hasn't is because it would have a difficult time. You see, Section 1-2, which my first amendment struck that in its entirety. I don't think that's fair. I want to work with everybody we can. It adds 2 new things, an EV Electrical Manufacturing Commission, and also allows the Department of Economic Development to promulgate rules and create a department for the promotion of electronic vehicles and component manufacturing in the state. By itself, that sounds fine, and I can't say that I oppose that. I'm really proud of what we've been able to do with the EV industry and the successes that the governor and this body have had in that field. What worries me is when we go over to the second page, lines 40 through roughly 47, we say that this department and the actions pursuant thereof are essential functions of government. Well, why would we say that? Because legislation that has been before the courts since COVID explained why essential services matter. It also then confers such powers to evaluate and make recommendations on other things
to the department here. Limiting one, direct sales. The department cannot, by the way this bill is drawn right now, make any consideration, evaluation, or recommendations related to the sale, distribution, and servicing of electric vehicles. That's because if they were able to use this commission to go around us to create direct sales, many of you in this body would have an immediate problem. But I point something out to you. That limitation is only to the department. It ties back to B1. If you skip down to line 48, we then create a commission. The Commission of Georgia Electric Vehicles Vehicle Manufacturing Commission. That same limitation does not apply to this commission. Now, I've been told in the halls as I raised this issue with you and others that we're going to fix that. We're going to fix that. And let me tell you, I have the ultimate faith in the governor and the governor's staff that when they told me something every single time, they've done it. But I don't know that I trust all 236 of you. And in order to make that pass, to put that on another bill, it has to pass this body and that body before it can ever get there. And I don't have to tell you how many people stand in the hallways between us two. I just can't confirm to you that that's going to happen. If it's not going to happen, let's put it in this version and get it done now. While I've skipped down to lines 51 or 48, I want to skip back up to lines 43 through 47. See, this new manufacturing program created underneath the Department of Economic Development has the power to contract with everybody. The enumerated agencies it can contract with are DOT, the State Road and Tollway Authority, the Georgia Technology Authority, the Georgia Environmental Finance Agency. Why would an EV study committee need to contract with a group that puts water lines out? But wait, there's more. You see, after the Georgia Environmental Finance Authority, there's a comma that says, or other instrumentalities of the state for the construction and maintenance of infrastructure which supports the EV industry. Well, tell me what wouldn't. Regents will do that because they're training workers who can do this. Technical colleges will do that because they're training workers who can do this. Our state Medicaid board could do that because they're providing health care for workers who are coming to the state to provide labor for this. There is no end after that comma. I do not oppose the EV industry. I welcome them to the state, and I'm proud of what they did, which is why I went back and took my first amendment and pulled it out. That struck all of section 1.2. We don't need to strike all that to make this happen. We can leave lines 48 through roughly 96 that create this electric vehicle manufacturing commission. We can allow that electrical manufacturing vehicle commission to go forward. We've struck out the provisions that would allow a department to contract with anybody and everybody. And we've made sure that the power of this body, which is really focused on the power of the purse, cannot be eviscerated by contracting between agencies. Many of you come to me and you say, hey, we want to do this, we want to do that. We want to build an ag barn in Lumpkin. Well, we're not going to say Lumpkin County. Let's make up a county because I don't want it to get struck because of this. Let's call it, Mulberry County. And we place the funds for that at One Georgia. You look to me and ask me and vote for a bill I bring you saying, hey, we've made deals with this. We plan to move this forward. But if then another department or program created by this bill can contract with One Georgia or whoever else and decide that those funds are more aptly needed over here for the expansion of this industry, I can't protect you. I can't help you. Your vote on a budget no longer is tied to a program because this section evaporates and eviscerates the program lines that currently exist in the budget I ask you to vote for. Amendment 1A turns over to lines 99 through 103. And all it does is strikes those provisions that allow the Department of Economic Development to promulgate such rules unilaterally. Let's have another discussion about this. This is not the end. If you vote green, many of you have been asked to do so. I hope you will. This isn't the end. It then puts this and allows this conversation to continue. My goal is not to kill the bill. If it was, I wouldn't have tried to perfect it. I would have come down here and asked you to kill the bill. But there is good in this bill. There's good that can be accomplished, but it shouldn't be accomplished by taking legislative authority and delegating that over to another executive agency. Thank you, Mr. President. I'll yield for questions.
You do have one question, Senator, but you're welcome to yield as well.
If it's going to be hard, I'll take it, but if it's friendly, I'll yield.
You'll have to be judged of that. Senator from the 31st.
Hey, Mr. President. Senator Yield.
Yes, sir.
I try not to ask too hard of questions. You said, is it my understanding, is it not true, you said that you're aware of, I guess, this issue in the House or whatever the history is with this bill? Is that true?
I'm aware that it's been in the House, but it's not ever come through a Senate committee.
Okay. You further yield?
Yes, sir.
During your awareness of that or anything, just because I guess I understand that this is an administration request, have you picked up the phone and called the governor himself and just asked him and have this discussion?
I'll have to be honest with you. The governor doesn't call me to talk to me about his everyday bills, but I have talked with his staff, and I want to tell you they were absolutely polite, could not have been better. I explained to them the issues I had with the bill. They said that they understood the issues I had with the bill. They said, we have to work with you on other bills. We don't want there to be a problem. I said, I don't want there to be a problem either. If you don't have an issue with what I do, I certainly don't have an issue with what they do. And if they beat me on this board 55-1, that is okay with me, because I understand that this body matters, and it's going to matter when I'm gone from this body. And if we take right now, while I love the governor, and we give every single power to the executive branch, there will be children and grandchildren that will stand here one day and ask what they come up here to do for 40 days each session, and those 236 people will have to say, I guess I stand in the hallway.
So to answer my question, you talked to the staff but not the governor.
Senator, I understand where your question is going, and I'm a little hurt that it's so disingenuous.
I apologize. You feel like it's disingenuous.
Questions?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from the 26th, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. President. Gentleman, will yield.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me what the fiscal impact of this is?
No, sir.
To the gentleman in the well, isn't it true we usually, anytime something's going to cost some money, we get a fiscal note with the bill to give us an idea of what the monetary impact would be?
Yes, sir. Mr. President, if there are no more questions, I'll yield the well.
Questions, Senator? Does any other senator wish to speak to the measure? Senator from the 50th.
Thank you, Mr. President. While I appreciate the colleague from the 19th's concern, the department can contract, the commission cannot. This does not have a fiscal impact on the state. This is part of the governor's package and looking into exploring electric vehicles in the state of Georgia. This is about marketing electric vehicles in the state. I'm not sure where the senator from the 19th is going, but I ask for you to stick with the governor on this one, vote against the amendments, and Mr. President, I'll yield the well.
Senator is yielded. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Okay. The senator from the 19th, for what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, I move we table Senate Bill 26.
The senator has moved that we table Senate Bill 26. That takes precedent. It's not debatable. All those in favor of the motion will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the motion to table, yeas are 36 and nays are 12. And it has the majority, and that bill is tabled. I recognize the senator from the 29th. This is the last thing for the day, too.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate adopt the conference committee report on SB 6-3.
Senator has moved that Senate adopt the conference committee report on SB 63. Secretary, read the caption.
Conference Committee Report on Senate Bill 63. The Committee of Conference on Senate Bill 63 recommends that both the Senate and the House of Representatives recede from their positions and that the attached Committee of Conference substitute to Senate Bill 63 be adopted. Committee of Conference substitute to Senate Bill 63, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 6 of Title 17 of the OCGA relating to bonds and recognizances so as to provide for setting of bonds and schedules of bails, to provide for release of individuals on bail for misdemeanors, to limit unsecured judicial releases, to provide for limitations regarding charitable bail funds and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 41st, what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 2nd.
Without objection, senator from the 2nd is excused. Recognize the senator from the 29th on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I rise today on a piece of legislation that all of you are extremely familiar with. We've been working on this for well over a year and a half, if not longer. This was a longer piece of legislation that passed through the Senate, and passed through the House, and went to a conference committee. And through hard work and compromise on both sides, I think what we've come up with is a good piece of legislation. Several places within the initial legislation have been amended and changed. And of course, you can see it with the underlined portion. Some of the primary areas that I'll point out is several of the offenses, and I do want to point out that every one of these offenses have a direct impact on a victim of crime. Several of these have been added onto the end, amended to say, provided that such offense is the person's second or subsequent offense, in order to appease some of those who were concerned that an individual would be required to post a bond on their first arrest. So we made those changes. I want to be clear to point out that misdemeanor possession of marijuana is not one of those offenses. A lot of times 161320 is confused with 161330. I want to make sure that everybody understands 161320 is misdemeanor possession of marijuana less than an ounce. If an individual is arrested for that, they can be released on an unsecured judicial release. If someone is arrested for trafficking in marijuana, they cannot. One of the other,
I'm sorry, Senator.
I apologize, Mr. President. One of the other big wins, I think, in this is the language that was added on line 192, where it talks about the opportunities for corporations, organizations, charities, and nonprofits to be able to establish bonding companies in Georgia under Title 17. As we know, throughout this process, every time when we would bring up something, everybody attempted to blame the overcrowding of the Fulton County Jail and other jails on the possibility that individuals couldn't afford to make bond. Once we started looking into the jails, what we found out is a lot of the individuals, the vast majority, based on the statistics that we receive from the jail, are violent felonies or those trafficking in drugs or participating in gang activities. Our county jails are not overpopulated with misdemeanants who cannot afford to make bond. Thanks to opportunities in the latitude that judges have to set bonds lower and to direct individuals in other areas. And I'll close after this, another area that we were able to address is where bonding companies were getting individuals out of jail. I think everybody's familiar with the recent attack on the New York police officers by what is described in the newspaper as illegal immigrants. And I'll tell you, this happened 2 days ago, and these illegal immigrants that attacked these officers are already being released from jail in New York City. What this bill will do is if a bonding company chooses to post bond on an individual who is not an American citizen, and I say not an American citizen, and that individual absconds and leaves the country, that bonding company will be held liable for that surety, where in the past they were not. And those are the primary changes within this. I ask that you please support the Committee on Conference Report on SB 63. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the well.
Senator has yielded. I recognize the Senator from the 14th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm here today because there will be many days like today in the future. I can admit that I cannot persuade you today. And I don't say that to be redundant. I say it just because I don't want to make you even more tired and bored than you already are by pretending that I'm trying to persuade you about this vote. So in exchange for offering you that, all I want is just a few minutes to lay a marker and think about where we are, where we have been, where we're going on this issue. Because we have fundamental policy disagreements about the use of cash bail. But this bill is aggressive enough in its posture to expand the use of cash bail and the circumstances in which bail is available. You don't have to be an abolitionist or somebody who thinks cash bail should be eliminated to oppose this bill. In fact, I think if a lot of voters understood what this bill did relative to the balance that we want to strike in the criminal legal system, I think a majority of voters might oppose this bill. And that's rare, right? Because what do we know about public safety and the voting public? We know that if it bleeds, it leads. But I want to set the stage here. This is reporting from December 16th, 2023. Crime in the United States has declined significantly over the last year. According to new FBI data, the FBI releases crime data both annually and quarterly, and we know that the quarterly data isn't exactly the same as the annual, but it mostly tracks. But it contradicts a widespread national perception that lawbreaking and violence are on the rise. I'm going to ask you a question, quick pop quiz. Gallup poll released in December of this past year found what percent of Americans do you think believe crime rates are worsening? What percent? 77% of Americans think that crime rates are worsening. But the FBI data contradicts that. Over the third quarter of 2023, same period the year prior, violent crime dropped 8%, property crime fell 6.3%. The reporting is to what would be its lowest level, property crime, since 1961. Murder plummeted throughout the United States, but 92% of Republicans, 78% of independents, and 58% of Democrats, majority of our party, think that crime is rising. This bill is a quote-unquote solution to a problem that does not exist. Now, crime exists, that's always a problem, but the need to tighten screws and increase the scope of our cash bail system doesn't have a problem that it's directly addressing. When I was in law school, I was a part of a criminal legal clinic where I represented a guy who is accused of simple trespass, criminal trespass, which is covered by this bill. And he was a friend of a guy who lived in an apartment complex. Long story short, the apartment owner decided that he didn't want certain of the tenants' friends to be around. So he trespassed them, but they were invitees to the property. They were young black men in Connecticut who were just hanging out. But I went to the courthouse, and I was part of the legal defense team, did the bond hearing, did the bail hearing, you know, the type of issue we're talking about for this gentleman. And we were terrified because the way the system works is you get about 5 minutes in front of the judge, maybe that. You go up, you make your argument why you shouldn't be held pre-trial. And then if you're lucky, the judge, you know, one of the tens or hundreds of cases that judge might see in a compressed period of time, if you're lucky, the judge hears you, sees who you are, and says, you're not a threat to public safety. And then maybe you get to walk out of jail. That was the semester that I learned that there's only two legitimate reasons to keep somebody in jail pre-trial. Because what is somebody if they're in jail pre-trial? Innocent until proven guilty. We keep coming back to the Constitution in here. This is a critical point of due process. We have to remember somebody's innocent until proven guilty when they're held pre-trial. So what that means is it is unconstitutional to use cash bail or pretrial procedure as punishment. This is well-settled law. If you use pretrial procedures to impose a punishment on somebody, that's unconstitutional because they haven't been convicted of a crime. So there's only two reasons to use cash bail. One, public safety. What is the risk that if this person's in the community, that they will reoffend or offend at all if they remain out? And the second is, will they come back to court? Because the whole point of the bond meaning like the connection between the court and the defendant, will that defendant show up for court when it's time finally to adjudicate their case? And constitutionally, there is no other reason to use cash bail in the American system. What we are doing with this bill is we're continuing a years-long trajectory towards deciding that the statutes of this state and entire categories of crimes should determine the answer to those two questions, as opposed to a judge who is sitting in the courtroom, who is looking at the defendant face-to-face, a defendant who's represented by counsel who can tell their story, and a prosecutor who makes their case on the other side. With this type of law, we're saying, we don't care what the circumstances of your specific case are. We don't care how likely it is that you'll come back to court. We don't care whether it's likely that you'll reoffend or not. All we care about is the fact that you're accused of a crime that you haven't yet been convicted of, a specific type of crime. Now, no doubt, if you commit an armed robbery and police arrest you on the scene, they have the gun, they have the witness statements, there's damaged property, that's a case where we want our judges to think about community safety and to keep people somewhere where they're not going to harm anybody before trial. I get that. But look at the list that's in front of you in this conference report. Battery, which is like if you bruise somebody, you get in a bar fight and they have a pretty obvious bruise, that's a battery. We've got softer crimes, white collar type crimes with no violence. Failure to appear now. And what the legislature's saying by putting these crimes on that expanded list is, we don't care what judges think about the individual circumstances. In every single case where one of these crimes is even charged, that this person has to be behind bars unless they can pay a certain dollar amount. I use a traffic light system to give a summary of basically where we were a few years ago. You may recall there was sort of a green light, a yellow light, and a red light option for bail. Red light, the most severe. is a bail-restricted offense. You have to post a cash bail, and it has to be the actual dollars. It can't just be a promise to pay if you don't show up. It's the actual dollar amount that has to be posted with the court. Yellow light was a dollar amount, but you didn't have to pay it up front. You only had to pay if you didn't show up, right? And the green light, the most lenient option, was called an on-recognizance bond or a signature bond. And that was the option to just promise the court with your signature that you would come back to court and then you'd be released, no dollar amount. Well, this legislature in the past 4 years has done one or two things here. One, we removed the yellow light option. No longer can you purport a dollar amount on the bond, but pay no money up front. So you're forced into either the red light or the green light under current law. Red light is that you have to put up the cash. Green light is you go home. But we did something else to the green light option. No longer is it called a technical term like OR bond, signature bond. But now the green light option is called unsecured judicial release. And Judge Fleming, who used to be Chairman Barry Fleming in the House, said the quiet part out loud one time at a judiciary hearing. Because Representative David Dreyer said, but Chairman, no one's ever going to just give a $1 bond. Even if you think that's the thoughtful option for somebody who can't afford to pay, a judge is never going to put a $1 bond out there because they know that the public is watching. And what did Barry Fleming say to David Dreyer? He said in open committee in front of a bunch of people, Representative, that's the point. So the point of these bills is to aggravate the system we already have. I disagree with the senator who's sponsoring the bill about the quality and the state of our jails. It is not all violent felonies. The people who are in those, I actually go to the data-driven groups, the criminal justice advocates who meet in the off-season, and they look at PowerPoint presentations of data, who's actually in these jails. Number one, we don't have the data. We need the data on who's in these jails statewide. A lot of sheriffs don't keep it because they don't have to. Second, there is data that shows that there are people being held for low-level offenses, or offenses we might consider serious, but in a lot of cases, there's mental health issues tied up with those cases. And so what we see is, going back to my story from law school, there are a lot of inputs that go into a teenager showing up to hang out at a place where the apartment owner doesn't want them. They may not have somewhere else to be. They may not be in school. They may run with a rough crowd because of the area that they're in and the fact that poverty is endemic. And all of these factors combine to get pushed through a system where a judge has to say, do I think you're a threat or not? And statistically, if they're black, the judge is more likely to come down on the side of, I think you're a threat by looking at you. But we're not even going to let judges do that. We're not even going to let them look at the person and say, I think you need to be in because I think you're a threat to public safety. They're just going to have to purport a dollar amount, and if they're caring about their politics, as Barry Fleming assumed that they were, and they are, it will not be a $1 bond. American Bar Association, I think it was, reported the median bond in the United States is $10,000. And bond companies don't cover every bond. You can't go to a bond company and say, sir, I have a $37 bond, can you help me post it? Because they're trying to make money. So they don't post bonds below a certain amount. So what if you get like a donut hole bond, like $350? You may not have a bond company that can help you. And you may not have that $350 in cash. In which case, guess what? You're in lockup until you can see a judge or you can find that money. This is the reality of our bail system, folks. And look, whether you come down on this side or this side on the philosophy of cash bail, we got arguments about poverty and debtor's prison and, inability to pay shouldn't determine whether you have liberty or not. You can put all that philosophy to the side and just think about the everyday grind of this system. And when the Fulton judges, who I am here to represent, when they made the very tough decisions they made in the last few years that created the horror stories that everybody brought to committee, because we made statewide rule changes, red light, green light, that yellow light we took away, forced people to extremes. We made those changes on the basis of Fulton judges' decisions, because I know because my county got paraded around as the problem child. Well, why did that happen? Because the Fulton jail under previous administrations, and even currently, has historic problems. And as much as people love to go to the well and rail on Paul Howard and rail on Fulton County, nobody was looking at those root causes when they passed the bail reform bills. Instead, what did they tell those judges? You don't have anywhere to put those people in an overcrowded jail. It's dangerous in those jails. People are dying. That's why you're letting people out, because you're making an impossible public safety calculus. Is the public more safe with this person inside or outside? So sometimes they choose outside when the legislature didn't think they should. But instead of helping them with the jail and the overcrowding issues, what do? We said, all right, judges, you think the political temperature is already high? Check this out. Now you have an option between putting a dollar amount on somebody's head or unsecured judicial release, which, as I've reminded you before, every single one of those 3 words we use to describe the new OR bond is a scare word. Unsecured, ooh. Judicial, don't forget who did it, the judges did it. Release, they're out in the community. So instead of giving judges the tools they need, instead of giving counties the tools they need to fix these jail crises, what did we do? We squeezed these judges even tighter. We said, it's your problem. It's already your political problem. Let's make it an even worse political problem so that you're forced to throw more people behind bars. You're forced to exacerbate the jail crises that exist. And all because we want to be tough on crime. When? At a time when crime rates are actually declining. I don't think that you guys think you're doing the wrong thing. I think that you believe in cash bail. I think you think it works. But we've talked about how every day that a person spends in jail is a day they're not at their job, a day they're not raising their kids. Every ill in the community that drives somebody to be susceptible to getting picked up by the cops becomes worse when you take that person out of their routine and their life, and you take away their supports and their inability to solve these problems themselves. You can't pull yourself up by the bootstraps if by statute we take away the bootstraps. So this will pass. The problems will get worse that I identified, that we've already talked about. And I hope we don't wait for a Democratic administration to do something meaningful about asking how to help with the jails, the overcrowding. I hope that we're not locked into this political posture and giving judges fewer and fewer options. And I hope that we can come up with a crime narrative that's realistic and accurate, not just one that is polled based on a lack of awareness. But, you know, I don't even have to go way into the whole Lord's Prayer, you know, our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as in heaven. What's the next line? Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. Now, some of y'all learned debtor. Forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. Trespassers and debtors is the same thing, right? It means you owe an obligation. But under the United States Constitution, the only obligation you owe before you're convicted of a crime is to show up to court and to not hurt anybody in the meantime. We need legislation that respects the true purpose of pretrial justice and bail reform, not legislation that makes the problem worse and forgets some of the most basic commandments about how we're supposed to treat those who have less opportunity than we do. Mr. President, I'll yield for questions.
You do have a question, Senator. Senator from 41st.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, do you yield?
I do.
Senator, can you help me understand better what the implications are of Section 4, lines 192 through 190, say 199, and just elaborate a little bit on that question. So I run a congregation, I run a church for people who are experiencing homelessness, and a common crime that they get arrested for is criminal trespass. It happens not infrequently. If this bill were to come in effect, would my church continue to be allowed to bail people out on a pretty regular basis if this were to come into effect?
No. It's a hard no. And I'm actually surprised by the scope of this language because it appears to cover bail bondsmen too. I don't know if anybody has an answer to that, but lines 192, 193 couldn't be clearer. No more than 3 cash bonds may be posted per year by any individual, corporation, org, charity, nonprofit, or group in any jurisdiction. That doesn't say for any one defendant. It just says if you're an individual group, you can't post a cash bond more than a certain number of times. So if you are an organization just like yours, Reverend Senator, that attempts to help people. The other thing that's funny about this, if I may, is Citizens United is a Supreme Court case we talk about a lot in this country, right? That it is a constitutional principle that spending money is a form of federal constitutionally protected speech, right? And it's transparent, too, we could just cut through the politics, that this provision is about the Public Safety Training Center and the bail fund that got caught up in the RICO charges, the raid that was done very publicly, bad optics by the AG, he mistimed that, should have talked to the council, didn't do a good job. But the whole point is that, you know, this is, again, part of this larger story of how process is actually punishment. That even though constitutionally we're not allowed to punish people before they're convicted of a crime, we have all these process tools at our disposal to make our opponents' lives harder. And by saying you can't, voluntarily, in exchange for a fee, or no fee rather, contribute bail to somebody else's cause, that federally First Amendment protected right, we're going to purport to take that away. So, I mean, it's very thinly veiled targeting of the type of speech that the majority doesn't like. And it also is just so prohibitive that it frustrates basic access that's not even about protest and police, that's just about churches trying to do the right thing for people who are hard up. And so, again, the idea that the state leaders have promulgated that paying somebody's bail is like material support for terrorism. I mean, our rhetoric has really gone in an increasingly ridiculous direction, and this type of provision in a bill, I think, is a reflection of those politics being distorted.
Senator, do you further yield?
I do, and I'll give a shorter answer to this one.
Can we drill down just a little bit further on line 192 and 193?
Sure.
I'm not a lawyer, so I'm asking you as a lawyer, in your legal opinion, given that lines 192 and 193 say that no more than 3 cash bonds may be posted per year by any individual, corporation, organization, charity, nonprofit corporation, or group in any jurisdiction, if I were a bail bondsman, can I post 4 bails a year according to this law?
That's what I'm saying. It's like, I actually don't get this. I'm very confused as to how bail bondsmen under this law can run a business. If they can't post more than 3 cash bails in a year, they're just capped. What are they gonna do? Make like 5,000 LLCs and do 3 bonds per LLC? Like, I legitimately don't get it. And so, look, this is a conference committee report. We've thought about it. We met in a group of 6, and it's baked, and it's gonna go to the governor. But like, what are we doing?
And do you further yield?
I sure do.
Senator, for a person who is arrested of a misdemeanor like criminal trespass for the 2nd or 3rd time, which that does happen to them, typically, how much does it cost a jail to house an individual for such a minor offense?
And I don't know the exact numbers on this, either on average or in my jurisdiction, but the answer is always more than it costs to support that person with housing, to make sure that person has access to basic resources like food, sanitation. The spend that a government could, the problem is desert. The problem is convincing taxpayers and members of this body that somehow people are not undeserving of these things. It's not about whether they, quote, deserve it or not. It's about just pure math, public safety. If you want us to be safer and spend less, it makes more sense to spend that money that would be spent on housing them in jail on providing the basic supports to keep them out of these situations.
One final question, if you'll yield. Senator, is it not true that when the weather drops down below 30-something degrees, that people who sleep outside are often forced to make a calculus about how they might receive shelter, and that this bill actually encourages them to make the calculus that it's actually safer for them to get arrested and to have an assurance of a cot and 3 meals than it is to perhaps go and bear the brunt of the cold? Isn't it true that this increases the probability of people making a calculus to allow us to jail them instead of braving the cold weather?
Senator, I think you're exactly right. It's an uncomfortable reality, but it shouldn't be too surprising to us that when we say, as a matter of general statute, law, that jail is where we want people to be, and we create structural incentives for people to end up there, structural reasons for them to end up there, that those funnels are gonna funnel people there. It's not just law, it's also the culture that we create about these systems. And we are telling people in those the hardest possible situations that there's zero political will to address the root causes of their situations, which is gonna put these people in a position where they say, I might as well just play ball, be processed by the criminal legal system, and use a jail and taxpayer money as the place I stay and eat instead of trying to make it out in the cold. So I think the senator is exactly right.
Senator from 56.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield.
I do.
Senator, in relation to, I believe you're talking about the Fulton County Jail, isn't it true that this Senate actually appointed a special subcommittee in order to review what was happening there?
This Senate appointed a subcommittee specifically to investigate one DA for conduct that is unrelated to the jail crisis, correct?
Senator, will you further yield?
Yes.
Isn't it true back in the fall that we created a special Senate subcommittee under public safety for the express consent, which is bipartisan, to look at the Fulton County Jail?
With apologies to the senator, my mind was laser focused on the political theater of this past Friday. But yes, it is true that the Senate set up a committee to look at conditions in the Fulton County Jail. That's correct.
And isn't it true, since that bipartisan committee has met multiple times, that miraculously everybody has been organized doing their job and there is no longer overcrowding at the Fulton County Jail?
Senator, I think that it is a step in the right direction that the Senate is looking at the issue of overcrowding, and that there is a much more serious conversation among the Fulton justice stakeholders than there has been in some previous years. But the idea of, studying the Fulton County issue and talking to the players there versus passing this bill, best analogy I can think of would be, reading an informational statement from a nutritionist about a vegetarian diet and then mandating red meat for every meal. I mean, that's essentially, in terms of the balance of equities here, that's what this body is doing.
Yeah, one more question, Senator.
Sure.
Senator from the 7th.
Does the senator yield?
I do.
If it is true that the Fulton County Jail is not overcrowded because of these crimes in this bill, according to the sponsor of the bill, what effect do you think this bill would have on overcrowding?
This bill is going to ratchet us towards overcrowding, not away from overcrowding, because it's continuing, as I said, on a years-long trajectory of forcing Superior Court judges and also state court judges in misdemeanor cases to choose a carceral pretrial path over community supports and the tools that otherwise would be available to keep people out of harm's way until they go to court. I mean, this is a fear-mongering bill that is designed to make judges' life more difficult and to increase the overcrowding problem wherever it may be found.
Thank you.
Am I out of here, Mr. President?
You got no more questions,
I appreciate
Senator.
that. Thank you very much for everybody's time and attention.
Thank you, Senator. Well, I never would have thought 3 bills on the rules calendar would have turned into an all-day affair. You want to close debate there, Senator?
Thank you, Mr. President. I do apologize to my Senate colleagues for the confusion of a cash bond and a surety bond. The vast majority of individuals who get out of jail post a percentage and get out and don't post full cash bond. So hopefully that'll help. But this is a good bill. It has been vetted by many more attorneys than are in this chamber. And I appreciate everyone with a green vote and make our communities safer. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the will.
All right. Senator has yielded. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the motion? Chair hears none. Question is on the adoption of the conference committee report, SB 63. All those in favor of adopting the conference committee report will vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the motion, the yeas are 30, the nays are 17. The motion has prevailed and the Senate has adopted the conference committee report on SB 63. I recognize the majority leader for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate stand adjourned pursuant to H.R. 978 until 10 a.m. Tuesday, February 6th.
The majority leader has moved. Secretary, read the announcements.
The Rules Committee will meet upon adjournment in 450. The Children and Families Committee will meet upon the adjournment of rules in 307 of the CLOB, and the Retirement Committee will meet next door upon the adjournment of rules in 310 of the CLOB today. All other committee meetings have been canceled. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Does any other senator have any more announcements? The majority leader has moved that the Senate stand adjourned until 10 a.m. Tuesday, February 6th. All those in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes clearly have it. We're adjourned. Have a good weekend. All right.